him, Chanderpaul, got into the West Indies A side and played some very good innings for the side against Bangladesh. And now he's rewarded with his maiden call up and now a return to the 50 over side for the Harpy Eagles. Maiden call up to the Test side as well.
Yeah. So certainly a lot of weight on that name, being a Chanderpaul in the West Indies era. And in West Indies cricket is certainly a heavy weight to carry here. Anthony Bramble doing some mid-pitch gardening as he settles in for Preston McSween. Preston McSween hasn't had the greatest of tournaments so far. We know that he's a capable bowler, but here he is coming in for the third delivery of the first over. And a little bit on the legs, a little bit too straight again, and Bramble is able to turn that into the square leg position and get a single as well. So he's off the mark as well.
Yeah, McSween just 2 wickets before this match. Bramble and Chanderpaul among the runs. So this will be an interesting battle right now. The Harpy Eagles batting first on a very good track, mind you. I was there taking a close look at it. It's very hard, you can see. And looks like it's tailor-made for runs. So the Harpy Eagles want to bat first. And with this weather conditions, batting first may also put the opposition on the back foot in terms of them having to preserve their energies. It's very hot out there.
Conventional field here for Preston McSween. Just one slip and a third man and a fine leg. Just 2 fielders outside the circle. Again back of a length, and this one just outside the off stump. Chanderpaul playing it down, and point comes around and cleans up there. No run. But how do you rate the Guyana Harpy Eagles batting so far? Because of course their bowling has done well as a team. And their batting, what do you think their batting is lacking at this point?
Well, in terms of what they're lacking, maybe a extremely big score, because they bat from 1 right down to 11. In that first game when the Volcanoes got 296, they got to 268.
That's what John Ramsing is looking forward to here. This one in a little bit outside the off stump, checks back of a length again, and Chanderpaul plays that out into the cover. And there's no run once again. So good start here from Preston McSween, keeping it quiet, keeping them honest.
Yeah, then in the second match, they got 269 against the Red Force and defended it slimly by just 3 runs. But the win is a win, you would want to say. And then for the first time, they had to chase against CCC. CCC got 206 all out and they chased down the Harpy Eagles. So their batting is very strong. But we just want to have maybe a big score.
McSween comes in again, and this one again back of a length, again outside off stump, and again pushed into the cover. And that's the end of the first over. A very sedate first over on both sides, you'd have to say. Windward Islands Volcanoes, Preston McSween bowling that very good first over. Guyana end that first over on 2 without loss.
A quiet start, you'd say. McSween now finding his feet. This is a hard pitch, so he would want to be very good. Bowling some good line and lengths. Don't want to give too many room outside the off stump, especially to these batters. Bramble is very strong, so you may not want to go into his pad as well and too full to him. So cautious start from all sides so far.
Yeah, certainly, and we can't forget that Guyana, that should be, have the X factor of Mr. Romario Shepherd, who is hitting some batting and bowling form as all these all-rounders are quite capable of doing. Hasn't been much from Shimron Hetmyer, so we'll be hoping to see a good innings from him today as well when he comes out to bat.
And once again, he's in the spotlight, Hetmyer. Not getting the starts that he's looking for. Giving it away in the last game. Had a perfect opportunity against CCC. Hit 2 boundaries right in the V. And then the very next ball, straight to the fielder, also in the V. So you want to work on that, Hetmyer.
Ryan John will take up proceedings from the southern end of the ground now, as Bramble will settle down to face him. Very good, bustling fast bowler is Ryan John. Seam up. We're hoping to hit his straps immediately, and here's his first delivery. Bit of a wide one there. Bramble reaching for that one, could only carve it to point. Didn't quite get the full face of the bat there. But there is a deep cover out there for Ryan John, and then the other fielder outside the circle is at third man. He still has a slip in place as well. Andrew Fletcher, the Spice Man, giving his bowlers something to work with here. So a little bit straighter, Bramble turns it into the leg side, but there is no run.
want to say good afternoon to everyone in the Windward Islands. Heard there were lots of rain in St. Lucia recently. So good afternoon. Hope that things are better with the weather. Don't like when it's raining too much. A little bit is good enough for the farmers, but too much is not good at all.
John again with the delivery outside the off stump. Yes, commiserations to all those persons in St. Lucia. I did see some flooding in the Castries area. Some clips of flooding on social media, and it really looked like a horrendous situation there. Here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Tarouba in South Trinidad and Tobago, the weather is absolutely perfect and lovely for cricket. Very glad I'm in the air-conditioned commentary box as John comes in again. Another delivery. Just pitching on, I would say, about maybe fourth stump, John Ramsing, and just going away ever so slightly there. Certainly, Anthony Bramble will have to contend with a little bit of movement being offered here by Ryan John.
Yeah, Bramble is watchful to him so far. Probably be reminded of what happened in that opening game when John got him out the leg before. And Ryan John picked up 2 wickets in that game. That of Imlak as well. So just being a bit too watchful, Bramble.
John again, and another delivery, touching down on fourth stump and moving away, and Bramble can do nothing but just watch it go by. Excellent bowling here by Ryan John. It certainly seems, John Ramsing, that all the teams in the CG United Super 50 have put out very, very strong teams, and they're hardly rotating at all. So the substitute fielders or the other members of the teams aren't getting a chance to really play. But certainly all the teams are going all out to win this one here. As John comes in again, this one a little bit straighter. Bramble is able to turn that into the leg side. Square leg picks up and there is no run. And I think that is a maiden for Ryan John as Guyana Harpy Eagles stay on 2 without loss after 2.
Yeah, good steady over from Ryan John. Pace is up as well. And using this fresh track and a new ball to good effect. Not giving any room at all to Bramble to free his arms. And Bramble as well, just watchful. Looking to perhaps bat the rest of the day. Wants a big total. Got some starts without carrying on. Previously batted in the middle order in the wicketkeeper position normally, Bramble, but now having an opportunity with no Chanderpaul hemorrhage in the Guyana side, and he's opening, so he'd want to bat very long.
He also has competition from Tevin Imlak for the keeping spot as McSween comes in again. This one is short, and Chanderpaul gets on top of that one, carves it into the extra cover region, and there is no run. But certainly a very, very interesting contest loading up here, Mr. Ramsing. And I would say honours even at this stage. You'd have to say maybe the Windward Islands Volcanoes boys a little bit on top at the moment because the run rate from the Guyana Harpy Eagles is very, very slow. As McSween comes in again and this one he gets through cover, and that's a brilliant shot off the back foot for 4 from Tajan Ryan Chanderpaul.
Yeah, that's the first boundary of the day. Chanderpaul got it just outside his off stump. Slight inward movement after pitching from McSween, but Chanderpaul equal to the task, standing tall and punching it nicely at this outfield. Very quick.
Certainly his batting stance not as awkward or as well known as his famous father's. But if you can match him in 50% of effectiveness, John Ramsing, I'd say that you're not doing a bad job at all. Is McSween again. Let's see a response of being cracked through the covers for 4. A little bit straighter there. A little bit towards the chest as well. But Chanderpaul able to ride that one into the square leg region. There's no run.
This will be his last match as well for the Harpy Eagles this season. Because he's going to go off to Australia with the test side. So we mentioned a set Guyana Harpy Eagles team playing the tournament so far. After this game, they will have that enforced change because that position will become vacant in the top order and Chanderpaul leaves. So they want to make sure that they have the best possible partner for Bramble.
Certainly all the teams will have to face a little drain as Sween comes in again. McSween, that is. And no run again from Tajan Ryan Chanderpaul. But I have to ask you, John Ramsing, what's the inside information on Shimron Hetmyer? Because he seems very disinterested in West Indies cricket, as it were. I actually thought that maybe it had to do something with him being a new father and he maybe not wanting to leave his newborn child for very long. Because of course, you know, you get a little bit of an insight into what is happening on these players' lives on social media. We'll pick up that discussion after this delivery from Preston McSween. And he gets the outside edge there, Chanderpaul, maybe straighten up a little bit, but just squirts into the square region, the point region, and there is no run.
Well, bold, McSween. Yeah, Hetmyer, a topic of discussion for the longest while. Shimon Hetmyer. But I'm not exactly sure what is the reason or what are some of the main reasons that cause him not to go to Australia, having been selected for that West Indies side. But you're hearing all sorts of stories. I do not know what to believe. But I think if Shimon wants the world to know what's happening, he will be able to make a statement
This one
soon.
down like side, and Chanderpaul is able to turn that towards square leg. Fine leg will have to run around, and they will pick up two. Apologies, Mr. Ramsing. Please continue your.
Yeah, I was saying
train of
that
thought.
he may want to make a statement if he sees it fit, sees it necessary, as over number 3 comes to an end, 8 without loss. Yeah, with so many discussions around the Shimon Hetmyer situation, I have no information on it, and that's it. That's the honest truth, actually. Despite moving around the Super 50 with the Guyana Harpy Eagles, in the sense that those are the games I'm assigned. I have not spoken to Shimron about anything except cricket.
Well, thank you very much for that insight of sorts, John Ramsing.
It was
It's
nothing,
It
but you're welcome.
it certainly is a worrying situation because, of course, Shimron Hetmyer being part of the West Indies squad that won that under 19 World chatting with the umpire about the ball. Ryan John probably getting some advice here from Preston McSween up at the other end, on the southern end of the ground. So certainly, I think that was a bit of a commentator's curse here, because I said Windward Islands Volcanoes had a bit of advantage because Guyana Harpy Eagles haven't settled into their work yet, and Anthony Bramble seemed to have hurt me and took offense to that, John Ramsey.
It was just taking some time to get a measure of this track. They played right here a few days ago when they beat this combined campuses and colleges, and that occasion it was good for batting as well. And here, Bramble just had a few sighters, and now he's into his work.
The final delivery of the leg side of the over is down the leg side. It may have clipped Bramble's thigh pad, and he's very unhappy with that, despite having collected 16 runs in that over. At the end of 4, Guyana Harpy Eagles 24 without loss.
Yeah, he may feel that he missed out there, Anthony Bramble, and it was down the leg side. He wanted to get bat onto it. Had it beaten the wicket keeper, it would have gone into the boundary for 4. So he's definitely feeling that he missed out, and he's annoyed with himself for doing so. Because once you have a bowler on the back foot, you must be able as a batsman to take advantage, because I tell you what, as a bowler, they're not going to give you any second chance.
Preston McSween will continue the action here. Be interesting to see when some spin comes into play here. I'm suspecting by maybe about the 8th over or so.
Denver picked up 2 for 46. The last time these two teams met, Kafim Hodge 1 for 31 from 5 overs. So spin can be very much a viable option. But with this pitch as hard as it is, I don't think they'll get a lot of turn, if any at all. So they got to be very careful, and they got to know how to use their bowlers. Shadrach Descarte, who played in the opening game, picked up 3 for 41, is not in this game.
McSween to Chanderpaul, and that one is down the leg side and will be signalled wide. And correctly so by the umpire. So certainly now a good platform here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles after that monumentous over from Anthony Bramble, carting Ryan John for 16 runs in that over. Platform to build on, and their run rate is already up to 6.25, so that's good going here from Guyana Harpy Eagles. Tajan Chanderpaul will just have to get a single and get Mr. Bramble back on strike. This one a good delivery outside the line of the off stump on a 5th or 6th stump line, and rising, and Tajan Chanderpaul is happy to let that one go by.
Just don't want to bat himself into a hole, Chanderpaul. Perhaps we want to give Bramble the strike, who's doing the bulk of the scoring, and who's more free scoring at this stage. But Chanderpaul can also pick up the gaps like we saw so far in this season.
The slip has been removed, and there are 2 fielders in the cover positions as well. Well, 3 fielders, I should say. Short extra cover, and a deep cover as well. This one down the leg side, a little bit straighter from Chanderpaul. He's able to turn that one down to fine leg for a single. Let's see if Mr. Bramble can provide some fireworks against the McSween.
Yeah, McSween actually bowling with a little bit more bounce and carry, so a little bit more pace than Ryan John. So maybe Bramble may want to be a bit watchful at the first, see what he has to offer, pick up a measure of the track, batting from the southern end as well, and then may want to have a go. McSween will not allow him to settle.
And there's always the danger, of course, of the left-handed pacer that can bring it back into the right-hander. And we've seen that McSween can move the ball both ways. Certainly a very, very good bowler to look out for in the future. Clean approach to the crease here. And that one is at Bramble's eyes, and he's able to tuck that down to fine leg for, or that should say deep square leg for a single here. Good hook shot there, but maybe not fully controlled.
That was a
getting
very
away with that one.
Quick one from McSween on the pretty much heading to the head of Bramble, and using the bat to take evasive action, and got enough connection. And there's a fielder that deep backward square position that was in with a shout because it was going to him, but it fell well short in the end. So Bramble, that's a good short ball from McSween. Bramble equal to the task.
Certainly didn't get a hold of it as you like, hustled by the pace here of McSween as he settles into bowl to Chanderpaul. Another shorter delivery. Chanderpaul is able to turn it into the leg side, but there is no sink. There's no run on offer for him.
Again, looking to pull from just outside that off stump line. Big gap on the onside, so no doubt he's looking for that mid-wicket gap. Tejnarayan Chanderpaul. But need to be a bit watchful because McSween getting the extra bounce. We saw Bramble chopping on right here to Shannon Gabriel a few nights ago. So you don't want a situation like that where it's too close to cut or to pull. And with the on the edge can hear that death rattle. Just got to be careful.
Playing everything off the back foot, the Harpy Eagles. Let's see what happens on this one. Chanderpaul is opening the face of the bat and steering that towards point. But there is no run. Good fielding coming around there. McSween settling into his work now. 2.5 overs, none for 11. Want to finish strongly here. We'll have to see if Ryan John has been hit out of the attack after his last over going for 16. This one, back of a length and tucking Tejnarayan Chanderpaul up, and he plays that off to mid-off. And there's no run at the end of 5 overs. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, 27 without loss.
Nice competitive passage of play in this match. First 5 overs, the Guyana Harpy Eagles getting 27 runs, but it's not been easy going. That big over that Bramble got a few overs ago against Ryan John really helped them, but it's not a bad effort from the Volcanoes so far. Hot conditions now. We had some drizzles earlier, but now it's steaming hot at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. This is the return clash between these two sides. Windward Islands took first blood by some 28 runs when they met at the start of the tournament at the Queen's Park Oval. The 4 teams in Zone A, they play each other twice. One day match, one day-night match. The day match at the Queen's Park Oval, the day-night match here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's a nice format. The top 2 teams will go on to Antigua to play the top 2 teams in Zone B in the semi-finals.
Ryan John comes in for his 3rd over, back of a length, and Bramble is tucked up and just plays that into the extra covered region. So 2 overs from Ryan John, and they've been very contrasting because the first one was a maiden, and then the second one went for 16. So certainly he'll be hoping to go back to revert back to his first over, maybe get a wicket maiden. I'm sure he would love nothing more than that. Certainly after Anthony Bramble carted him for 16 in that last over. Second delivery to Bramble, and let's see what Bramble does. And it's a bouncer, well-directed bouncer. Didn't get any of that at all, Bramble, and the keeper comes around to square leg and picks up.
Yeah, a little bit of protection this time for Ryan John with Bramble on strike. The 2 deep fielders are on the onside, deep mid-wicket and the fine leg. So still in this batting power play, 2 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. So they're in that defensive yet attacking positions for Bramble because that's the areas he score in. So they try to plug the gaps and also try to pick up his wicket.
Hard hitter Anthony Bramble. And as John comes in again on this delivery, he's giving himself some room and it's tugging that down to mid-on. But there's no run on offer there. He's probably hoping for that gap between mid-wicket and mid-on there. Progressing to 18 of 17. Tejnarayan Chanderpaul on the other end, a little bit more sedate, 8 of 16. But as we well know, his famous father, had a 5th gear as well. Ryan John comes in, and this is a delivery down the leg side. They're appealing for a caught behind. Nothing doing from the umpire, and no signal for a wide either. Interesting call there from the umpire.
Yeah, well, it's just the bowler that... the graphic shows wicket. Yeah, just the bowler really appealing. Because it was down the leg side. Bramble had a flick at it and it brushed something. The keeper half-heartedly went up.
Maybe the appeal was to distract from calling it a wide.
That happens often as well.
Yeah.
That's very good, Andrew. I guess you're one of those that would try to distract the umpire as well.
Yeah. You all play checkers, I'll play chess, as Ryan John comes in again. And this delivery, Bramble gets a good hold of that one, hooks it down to fine leg, and went there very, very quickly. Good fielding by that fielder on the boundary, number 14.
McSween.
That is Preston McSween to clean that one up.
Yeah,
that went to him in a flash.
That's what I was saying. The fielders are there strategically placed for those shots from Bramble, because Ryan John is not afraid to use a short ball to the right-handed batsman. And once it's in that zone, he's going to pull. This time he turned his wrist over nicely, Bramble. And it went a couple bounces to McSween, who's right back on fine leg boundary.
JJ Ryan Chandlerpole will face up to Ryan John for the first time. Certainly much more of a back foot player is Tajan Ryan Chandlerpole, not comfortable coming on the front foot. Certainly something that the Windward Islands Volcanoes will try to encourage him to do on the back foot again, and turns this one into the leg side, and he'll get a single there. And that should end the 6th over. After 6 overs, Guyana Harpy Eagles progressing nicely, 29 without loss.
Another good over for the Harpy Eagles. Managed to keep out Ryan John. So Bramble and Chandlerpole, another good start for them, laying a foundation for the Harpy Eagles. 6 overs, just under 5 runs and over. So it's not too bad going at all. They got starts all tournament. 44 in the first match, 69 in the second. So they know how to bat well, and they're batting well together. 18 in the last game against CCC. They've gone better than that already.
McSween to continue against Tajan Ryan Chandlerpole. A full delivery straight on the line of a middle stump, and plays it back up to the bowler. There is no run.
So McSween into his 4th over. And in hot conditions like this, you do not want to bowl your fast bowlers for too long spells. But he's not doing a bad job containing the batters so far, McSween. So now he's giving his captain something else to think about. Should we bring on someone else new? Should we give him an extra over? We're looking for that breakthrough. It's a tough one for the captain at the moment.
Back of a length there, straight on Tajan Ryan Chandlerpole's body. And just plays it calmly down the pitch. No run again. So certainly it would seem that they contrast each other well, these two opening batters. Anthony Bramble, pugnacious right-handed. Tajan Ryan Chandlerpole, a little bit of a crabby technique as per his father, but a nudger and noodler definitely can get you singles. And a very good timer of the ball as well. So don't give him any width, don't give him anything he can work off, because he will certainly get runs off you. This one tucked up again, and it almost dribbles down onto the stumps there. Has to be a little bit careful, Tajan Ryan Chandlerpole.
Not necessarily going with hard hands at that one. And the ball almost rolled back onto stump. Chandlerpole, once you're defending, you need to be very much firm in defense. You cannot be tentative at all. So with a tentative push, the ball rolled back and almost got onto his stumps.
Going on to 9 of 20, soaking up a lot of deliveries here, Tage. And this one, he cuts that one down to the point region, and there is no run. Got good connection on that one, but unfortunately straight to the fielder. So Preston McSween doing an excellent job here. Nunfield 11 of 3.4 overs. But as you mentioned, John Ramsing, it is very warm and the sapping heat out there. Well associated with the Caribbean.
Yep.
There is a little bit of breeze here, as we can see the Guyana and Windward Islands flags fluttering in the wind. It's not completely still. Oh, and he got to the edge on this one. Has Chandlerpole playing all the way around that one, and it runs on to third man for a lucky single there. As Tage moves up to 10 and Guyana 30 without loss.
Cheeky single off McSween there. Chandlerpole just pushing on that one tentatively again. And the faint edge found, but there's no slip. Well, there were no slips in place at that time for Chanderpaul. Lucky to get away. But there's a tight ring of fielders on the offside when he's on strike, Chanderpaul.
To his credit, though, he did play it with soft hands, didn't push at it too hard.
So there's a new book on the shelves of some bookstores. It's on Amazon as well. Tiger, Tiger, Burning Bright. The Shivnarine Chanderpaul story.
McSween comes in for the last delivery. Is over, and that's helped around to fine leg for 4. Wonderful shot there by Anthony Bramble. McSween not adjusting his line for the right-hander, and Bramble swings that around for 4. At the end of 7, Guyana Harpy Eagles 34 without loss.
McSween, why did you stray on the leg of Anthony Bramble? You're seeing how strong he is in that area. And there was the field at deep backward square and the field at fine leg, but in the circle they had no chance. The third man was on the boundary. So those are the two deep fielders. And Anthony Bramble there got it into that gap and got the boundary. So he's motoring along nicely with 23 already. Better than a runner ball. Chanderpaul, sedate. Yes, Andrew, so you can pick up that book actually. I just ordered mine on Amazon, and when I get back home, it will be home waiting for me. Tiger, Tiger, Burning Bright. The Shivnarine Chanderpaul story. And he tells everything in that book about his career, especially towards the back end when he was asked to retire. As you mentioned the flags fluttering there, we see the breeze indeed picking up. Here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, it's a nice cooling breeze passing through.
Well, certainly one of the legends of the game in all, well, not just West Indies cricket, but certainly cricket all round. A pioneer of many things. Ryan John to continue. Tajanrai Chanderpaul is able to turn this one to square, and they were contemplating a second as it ran all the way down to fine leg, and they will get the second now thanks to a little bit of a misfield there by the keeper Tevin Walcott, and they are able to get through for 2.
Yes, Tevin Walcott supposed to take that ball up on the return, but fumbled it and allowed the batters to get an extra single. Chanderpaul was looking for the single nonetheless because he played it not firmly to the fielder right back on the boundary at deep backward square, and was looking for the second. Bramble sent him back and eventually got the second. So the run rate has gone above 5 runs and over now again.
Good going here from the Harpy Eagles. What can Ryan John do to change the situation? And again, Tajanrai Chanderpaul is able to turn this one down behind square on the leg side for a single. And Anthony Bramble comes back into strike.
What I've noticed about Chanderpaul, and it's not the same with Anthony Bramble, Chanderpaul is running their first one despite might be just one, very quick, giving himself the opportunity to come back for second just in case there's a misfield or a half of a chance. Anthony Bramble, not as quick between the wickets and is running a bit slower. He's accepting that one will be one and not trying to make one into 2.
Well, he can certainly turn one ball into 4, Anthony Bramble here. This is a good Yorker length delivery, dug out and struck up to mid-on.
And I make that point to say that West Indies, there's a big discussion about dot balls and converting ones into 2s and so on. And if you look at the way the Australians play their cricket as well, they run the first one hard regardless whether it's straight to a fielder or not. And they give themselves that opportunity of coming back for a second with the slightest of misfield. I've noticed that in Chanderpaul.
Yes, certainly an overall aspect of our cricket that we need to improve on, as John comes in again to Bramble, stepping outside to the leg and giving himself some room, and he'll just turn that down. Good fielding there by the fielder at deep mid wicket. Comes around really well there to stop a certain boundary at Bramble. He didn't run the first one very hard, but he certainly gets back comfortably for the second.
Yeah, very good running. Just stepping out his crease, Bramble, to the off stump, giving himself some room. Trying to work it to the onside in that gap again between mid-wicket and deep backward square. He got into the gap, but not a boundary. Good fielding on the boundary.
Yeah, that's Justin Greaves putting in the dive and the roll there. Ryan John to continue back here live at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Another short delivery, and he turns this one down to fine leg, and you'll get a single there, Anthony Bramble. So the Windward Islands bowlers, I should say, persisting with that short ball to Anthony Bramble.
And what Bramble is doing very well is using his wrist nicely. He's turning it over as he's pulling. Do not want to get that ball too much in the air because those fielders are deep waiting for a miscued hook. So Bramble so far equal to the task, but I like the fact that John is not giving up, using that short ball sparingly so far. Just one expensive over for him. Other than that, he's been very much on target. Still looking for that breakthrough. Partnership of 40 for the opening wicket. In quick time.
John for the last ball of the 8th over. And Tage Narine is letting that one come onto him and played into the cover region, and there's no run at the end of 8. Guyana progressing quite smoothly here, and the maths is very easy. The run rate is 5 runs and over, with Guyana at 40 without loss.
Foundation being laid by the Guyana Harpy Eagles openers, Anthony Bramble and Tage Narine. They're complementing each other well. Bramble very attacking, going hard at the ball. Chanderpaul on the other hand, quite contrasting, more sedate, picking the gaps, running ones and twos. But they bat well at the 4-day level as well. Lots of time. Bramble, who bats in the middle order, would start his innings with Chanderpaul still there. They put on lots and lots of runs, many big partnerships for the Guyana side. Unfortunately, they'll be separated after today, with Chanderpaul going on to Australia, where he's expected to make his Test debut. There's a buzz in the air surrounding that debut. He's worked very hard for it. Many persons back home, and I'm sure in the wider Caribbean as well, very happy for the young man.
McSween will continue with his 5th over here. It's a good delivery to John, has him tightened up. Full delivery on the line of off and middle. John plays into cover, there's no run. But certainly it is nice to see that sort of legacy continuing here with another Chanderpaul. I think at one point that there might have been a possibility of Shiv and Tage playing together in Test cricket for the West Indies a couple of years ago. McSween comes in again. Bramble gives himself some room and cuts that over the slip fielder, and he will run away into the boundary for 4. Fine third man. A little bit of inventive here from the keeper batsman here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Extra bounce from McSween again on the body of Bramble. He just stepped across, opened up his stance, and just helped it over. 2 slips there. I went over their head very easily and comfortably. So he gets another boundary. Unlike what Ryan John was doing previously, bowling on the leg stump, is McSween short as well, but outside the off, and Bramble being inventive, ramping it for 4.
See how McSween responds here. And this one he's cut through behind square for 4. That's a beautiful shot by Bramble. Fast hands and just a flash of the bat. And McSween has no answer for that one. That's 4 beautiful runs.
Pushing it too wide this time, McSween. You can hear the sound of the bat as that ball came off. And no one was going to stop that one, I can tell you that. The fielder had to go to retrieve, and I'm sure he's happy that he did not get a hand to that. That was powerfully hit by Bramble.
And he is raced on to 34 of 26 as the Guyana Harpy Eagles have progressed quite nicely on to 48 without loss. And that run rate just starting to creep up a little bit. Anthony Bramble starting to enjoy his work, you'll have to say here, John Ramsing.
Yeah, he got 42 when he played against the Red Force, his best innings to date. He'd want to come better than that. He has a start here again, Bramble.
Let's see how McSween responds. It's a short delivery down the line of the leg stump, and it will be called a wide by the umpire. Definitely a wide on that one.
Yeah, that was very high. Could not reach there, even if he was twice his height. But it's good bowling again from McSween. Good use of the short ball. Just a bit too short, but his pace is up. I like the attacking nature of both of the bowlers. Not trying to bowl pretty much anything else but to their plan. They're sticking to a plan. Just not able to get the breakthrough so far.
Certainly McSween maybe not bowling to the plan as well as he would have liked, because there is a slip in place here.
Yeah, we're looking to come round the wicket now. McSween changing his line of attack. And it was his captain who went up to him and perhaps made that suggestion to him.
And this one, he's turning into the fine leg region, and it falls just short of the field at fine leg. A diving attempt, a valiant attempt, and it rolls into the boundary for 4. McSween is not happy with that one at all, but the Guyanese Harpy Eagles, they bring up their 50 in the 9th over.
Yeah, 50 coming up in quick fashion, but Bramble again pulling, this time in the air. So McSween using the short ball, trap set, but Larry Edward right back on the boundary. Could not hold on to that one. There's fine leg and there's deep backward square, so they're giving him that short ball so that he can pull, and that trap is set. This time Larry Edwards a bit too late to react, and that's why we see the Volcanoes, the rest of the fielders, very animated. They felt they had his man. When it fell short of the fielder, they all got disgusted. Could have easily been the first wicket.
Certainly McSween looking slightly despondent there that he hasn't seen the back of Anthony Bramble, who seems to be blowing quite hot and cold. It seems like one over he's tearing everybody apart. And next over, let's see what he does here. It's a good delivery back of a length outside the line of the off stump and just plays that into the point region, and there is no run. But that run rate jumping up to 6 runs and over now. With one delivery left in the 9th. Ryan Chanderpaul, certainly the perfect foil here for Anthony Bramble.
Bramble got to realize he has a lot of time as well. This is only the 9th over of a 50 overs a side game. Usually in a T20, and recently we've seen 60 and T10s, you don't have a lot of time really. But now you have 50 overs, you can really take your time.
McSween again, and this one delivery of a good delivery to end the over. Pitching, touching down and then straightening up a little bit on Bramble. He plays it quite nicely up the pitch at the end of 9 overs. 53 without loss, the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Decisions for Andre Fletcher, captain of the Volcanoes. Looking to get a breakthrough. The opening bowlers not giving him the breakthrough so far. Will he continue with Ryan John from the southern end and McSween from the north? Or will he make a change looking for that breakthrough? And I think he should go to a new bowler, because so far both of these batters are well set. 38 to Bramble, 13 to Chanderpaul. So you don't want to get these batters pretty much the same bowlers all the time. They're well set. Give them something else to think about. And now we're seeing some adjustments being made indeed.
And it seems we are going to see a change in bowling here. It looks like Kavem Hodge will be taking up for Ryan John from the southern
looks
end
like
of the ground.
Kenneth Demba. Yeah, right arm off spinner. Demba. Hodge is the left armer. Demba picked up 2 against the Harpy Eagles when they batted in the first game. Got a wicket of Shimon Hetmyer. And then Rutherford. So here he is. First delivery.
Pushed into the cover region here, just in front of square by Ryan Chanderpaul for his first delivery. Yes, and that is Kenneth Demba. I recognize his hop, skip, and a jump to come into the wicket here. There's a hop, there's a skip, there's a jump. Good delivery. Played with respect up to by Ryan Chanderpaul.
Chanderpaul will be very watchful and be mindful of Demba as well, because Chanderpaul was bowled when he was well set right here to an off spinner. It was match number 2 for the Harpy Eagles, and Chanderpaul and Bramble were looking very competent in the middle, and in came Cylinder Ryan and bowled Chanderpaul through the gates. So you'd want to forget about that.
Guyanese batters certainly accustomed to spin and should be comfortable playing it as well.
And that's another aspect of West Indies cricket that they're worried about. The fact that they're not playing spin as well as they would want on the international scene. You know, back in the days, not too long ago, it was Carl Hooper shifting around Chanderpaul, Brian Lara countering any spin attack. After that, Sarwan came and did the same thing. Push form through extra cover.
Yeah, man, at the end of 10 overs after the power play, the Guyana Harpy Eagles have progressed to 54 without loss. Chanderpaul on 14 of 31. Bramble 38 of 29.
Yeah, Denver first over. A nice testing one. Just a single, however. So Chanderpaul weathering that storm, but a nice partnership. The second 50-plus stand in this competition. There's umpire Chris Taylor signaling that it's the end of the batting power play. So in this middle phase of the game now, from overs 11 to 40, an additional 2 fielders are allowed out of the middle, the 30-yard circle.
Just to give you an update as to what is going on at the Queen's Park Oval, the combined campuses and colleges having posted 200 in their 50 overs. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, after 15 overs, 74 for 1. Joshua De Silva, the man, going for 22. Keon Otley not out on 37. And Justin Greaves will be taking up the attack here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy from the northern end. So pace replacing pace here. Tucking up Chanderpaul, who's able to turn this one down to third man for a single. See how Anthony Bramble deals with the new pace challenge.
Yeah, Greaves is very deceptive actually. I saw him in the Regional 4-Day tournament earlier this year and was impressed with him immediately. Picked up 1 wicket when these teams met the last time. So he is very knowledgeable of his trade. Got the wicket of Permal to end the last wicket stand of 48.
Here's Greaves again coming into Bramble, getting a bit of width, and he cuts that beautifully down to third man for 4. Wonderful little shot there by Bramble, just crouching himself up. Crouching tiger, hidden Bramble.
Yeah, good one there, Andrew. Yeah, just a little bit of a gap there being created, but Bramble taking it because of a bit of room outside his off stump, and Greaves in his very first over just guilty of feeding Bramble into his strength, where he is very strong, square of the wicket, offside and onside. And Bramble cuts nicely, got the boundary.
Certainly you'd expect a keeper to have fast hands, and Bramble showing how fast his hands were on that occasion. His delivery tucked up, maybe going down leg side a little bit. Justin Greaves is begging for the LBW. A little bit of bounce as well. So that maybe negated it in Anthony Bramble in the umpire's mind. Let's have a look at the replay on that one.
Yeah, it was a very good delivery, good comeback from Justin Greaves. Fuller, quicker and straighter as well. And Bramble with his trigger movement walking across his stump, and looks very good. But umpire Taylor, who's much closer than we are, says not out.
There's Greaves again, a fuller delivery on the line of the leg stump, and Bramble is able to turn that down into the deep square leg position for a single.
So that's his best score this season, passing for the 2 he made against the Red Force, Anthony Bramble. Yet again, another start for the wicketkeeper batsman from Corriverton in Berbice, Guyana. So you'd want to use this start and carry on to get a big one. Tevin Imlach, who is yet to come, is in the 11, is also a wicketkeeper batsman, but just playing purely as a batsman as Bramble takes the gloves this season.
Here's Greaves to the left-handed Tajan Chanderpaul, and this one he's tentatively on the front foot and pushing that into cover, and there is no run. But yes, as I mentioned earlier, Guyana Harpy Eagles seem to be peaking at the right time. The Windward Islands Volcanoes starting very strongly with Alec Athanaze and Cavum Hodge finding some good form, but sort of tailing off just a little bit.
Yeah. They're yet to get a breakthrough, so that is worrying signs for the Volcanoes. But the Harpy Eagles, like I mentioned, is also Kemal Savory, who's a wicketkeeper batsman in the squad as well.
Yes, Greaves and Chanderpaul gets this one, and he is able to turn that one down to third man. Not as convincingly or as wonderfully as Bramble did to get 4, but certainly a single there. And after 11 overs, Guyana Harpy Eagles 61 without loss.
Greaves replacing McSween from the northern end of the ground and conceding 7 in his first over, including that boundary. So not quite there just yet, Justin Greaves, in terms of keeping things quiet. But he's searching for that opening wicket for his captain. Wants to get a wicket. None coming so far. And Demba will continue from the southern end of the ground. And the rain we had earlier seems to be a distant memory now. Weather's cleared up nicely. The sun is out. We could perhaps continue for the rest of the match without any rain.
Kenneth Demba will resume action here, and he has a long on and a long off in place, as well as a deep extra cover for Chandapol, and this one is driven out of that deep extra cover position. We'll get a single and put Mr. Bramble, who is going on quite well, 43 off 32, back in strike. And I'm sure the Guyanese cricket fans are enjoying the performances that their teams are putting out so far in this tournament.
Very pleased with the fact that they're winning, but we want to see consistency by the players as well. You mentioned Shimron Hetmyer, still to really come to the tournament.
There's Demba again to Bramble, played back up to the bowler. A little bit of a tangle between Demba and Tage. He certainly does resemble his father in build and stature, Tejaran Chandapol. A little bit of the oddities of Shivnarayan Chandapol coming to the fore in the batter. The downcast shoulders as well. Bramble is up, attacking Demba, and he's hit him over long off a high, hard and handsome 6. That's 49 for Anthony Bramble, and he's on the charge.
That is a massive hit. He went down to Demba, and as the ball pitched, there was Anthony Bramble with a bat through the line, and that went sailing into the VIP stand here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, almost into the upper tier. What a hit from Bramble. This is a strong lad.
Certainly a clean swing of the bat there and clean connection. That one sailed over the extra side screens on the long off side there. And one of the Windward Islands Volcanoes fielders has to go into the stands and retrieve that one for Kenneth Demba.
Yeah, these fielders need tickets to get into those stands because Bramble is sending them all to have a look from the stands. He's now approaching his third list day half century. Highest score at this level, 69 for the right-hand wicketkeeper.
Trinidad and Tobago cricket board in the corporate boxes were in danger there just now from Anthony Bramble. This one is a good delivery. Pulled back a little bit there by Demba and just played off into the onside there. Or the offside, I should say, and there's no run. And he goes again, but no, he beats a little bit of a moral victory there for Kenneth Demba as he gets that one outside the outside edge. And taken by the keeper at the end of 12 overs, 68 without loss. Guyana, Harpy, he goes.
Bramble lost his shape. Look at the slug that one. But it was much quicker from Demba to end the over. So he missed it and lost his shape. Looked a bit ugly there, Bramble. Did not leave his crease because the keeper would have gotten his man stumped. So a moral victory indeed. But think about that massive 6 that went into the stands. If really Demba is coming out of that over deflated or not. So Chandapol on 17 from 35. Nice partnership. The best they put together was 69.
Here's Greaves to Tajan Chandapol, and his deliveries again. He's getting a straighter one. He's able to turn it into the leg side for a single. Certainly has that nudger noodler aspect from his great father, Tajan Chandapol. I always thought with Shivnarayan Chandapol, the more awkward he looked, the more informed he looked. You know, when he would raise up his hands and sort of stick out his tongue and lick his lips and everything like that. The more awkward he looked, the more informed he was. Greaves to Anthony Bramble. full delivery on the line of the leg stump, and he's able to turn that into the square, and that will be his 5th day, Anthony Bramble.
Congratulations, Anthony Bramble, for bringing up another half century, his 3rd at this level in quick time. Just 38 deliveries he took. The 31-year-old from Berbice now playing his 60th match at this level. It's a good effort from him so far, but you can see his work is not yet done, because this is only over number 13.
With on offered here, and Tajan Chandapal is able to cut that one, and third man will come around and cut that one across.
That was very close to Atenes, who's at backward point. Could have easily gone to hand. Chandapal cutting it in the air. The field that third man has to go to his left to clean up. So Chandapal as well getting a bit anxious. Haven't seen him play any shots in the air. That occasion was wide from Greaves, and he went after it.
Here's Greaves again coming into Bramble, and this one a bit of an inside edge there. Now will run her down to fine leg for a single. Deep square leg comes around. So certainly Greaves getting something off the pitch here. A little bit of movement for him.
Yes, he Greaves.
I know in Guyana there's a Shivnarine Chandapal drive, John Ramsing, but it should not be a Shivnarine Chandapal cut, because he's not normally known for the drive. Greaves comes in a little bit of a wide delivery here, and Tej Narayan Chandapal lets that one go by.
Yeah, so the Shiv Chandapal drive is at the old border where he made his test debut back in 1993, and that road connects as well to the office, the highest office of the land, office of the president. So yeah, it's a really nice area in Georgetown, the government area, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Office of the President, and the border.
Another delivery here by Chandapal, and he's contemplating a single. He was running up the pitch blindly, and thankfully sent back by Anthony Bramble. They'll touch gloves, having nothing going wrong there, and after 13 overs, the Guyana Harpy Eagles 72 without loss.
Best opening stand this season for the Harpy Eagles, going past 6-9. They got when they played against the Red Force here at the Brian Lack Cricket Academy. 72, you can see Bramble 51 getting to his half century, Chandapal on 19. And viewers, forget about that. Sri Vishak, they're not part of this team. There's some graphics, mix up in the graphics there. So 4 bowlers used so far by the Volcanoes, and they're yet to get a breakthrough. This is over number 14 being bowled.
Then, but to continue to Bramble, coming forward to that one, able to turn it into the leg side. I think it came off the keeper's gloves maybe a little bit there. Certainly a good platform being built here by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 72 without loss after 13 overs. Bramble doing most of the heavy lifting here, 51 or 40. Denver comes forward again. Has Bramble coming forward again, that should be. And no run there for Anthony Bramble. Giving himself some room and cutting that through cover. It should run very close to the boundary. The fielder will cut it off there. But giving himself some room, Anthony Bramble, and carving that one through extra cover. He'll get 2 for it. Ambles the second one quite easily. And he keeps the scoreboard ticking over, Anthony Bramble.
Yeah. Not taking a lot of risks at all there, Bramble. Not hitting it too hard, but the timing is not there as well. So did not get to the boundary.
So certainly you'd have to say solid bowling by the Windward Islands, but they really haven't tested the Guyana Harpy Eagles as yet, John Ramsing. I haven't seen any particular bowler, maybe Preston McSween to a certain extent, just asking questions. Bramble pulls out the reverse sweep and he just gets it over the fielder at point, and he'll come back for a single.
Once again, Larry Edward with a half a chance running back. That was difficult, more difficult than the one when he was running in, when Bramble was hooking and pulling. But a single to Anthony Bramble. So we've seen these players playing the cross-batted shots, reverse sweeping, switch hitting, just trying to not get the bowlers to get on top of them.
Tajan Ryan pushes this one into the cover region and gets a single. We're seeing a couple players who aren't very associated at this over ends. The 14 overs, Guyana Harpy Eagles 76 without loss. We've seen a couple players who aren't really associated with white ball cricket in Tajan Ryan Chanderpaul and Craig Braffett playing for Barbados in this tournament. John Ramsing, how do you think Tej has equipped himself well enough in terms of playing white ball cricket?
Yes, I think he's actually done enough to play all formats, because if you follow his career, when he started at the youth level, had all the shots in the cricket book, and then he started to slow down the way he batting and made himself more or less into a 4-day type of player, the red ball type of player. And then we saw this season, earlier this year, when things really changed for him, had to score some quick runs for Guyana to beat Barbados at the Queen's Park Oval, and he managed to get 23 from just about 12 balls or thereabout. And we see that he can actually change gears quickly. Played some shots that reminds us so much of his dad when his dad was attacking. So he can be attacking, he can be positive, and we're seeing it in this season as well. After playing for the A team, coming back to the Super 50, his first game got 48 in no time, 6 fours in that knock from 47 deliveries, and he's looking to be very much attacking, well, positive I should say, not necessarily attacking, because you can be positive, not getting dot balls, picking the gaps nicely like he has been doing without being aggressive. So he has that other facet of his game that we have seen. In fact, I saw him in a T20 match. It was an exhibition match, a friendly match. It was the Joe Vera Park in Guyana, as Larry Edwards starts a new over.
Tucking up Chanderpaul with that one. Certainly some movement there, but he starts with a no ball, which is a cardinal sin for a slow bowler. Yeah. John Ramsing.
And we're seeing Chanderpaul will receive the free hit. And we can see what he's going to do with this one. Yeah, I was making that point. I saw him at a T20 match at the Joe Vera Park, batting alongside his dad. And he outscored his dad, scored 124 in no time. And together they put on 174 for the opening stand. And his father was just a spectator at the other end.
Yeah. He is capable of stepping up that fifth gear as necessary. His father, of course, was very, very good at that. He either had a first gear or a fifth gear. Mm-hmm. Took apart Steve Harmison like he was absolutely nothing. There's Larry Edward and a free hit for Tajan Ryan Chanderpaul, and he swings this one into the leg side, and he'll get it through the mid-wicket region for 4.
And there we see again, not trying to hit it too hard, but looking to find a gap. And that's exactly what he did. He found that gap on the onside between the backward square and mid-wicket nicely, without trying to be too aggressive. But there he was, just looking to find a gap, and he did so with perfection.
As you see on the replay here, as Edward was dancing, it was a bit of a shorter delivery. Probably trying to get it in quicker. Didn't work out too well. This one, he's pulling this one down to long on. 45-degree angle bat there from Tajan Ryan Chanderpaul. He gets a single down to long on. Certainly playing the perfect foil for Mr. Anthony Bramble here. And they're closing in on a century partnership as they go up to 82 without loss. Larry Edward looking to take a first wicket for the Windward Island. And this one is another short delivery, and he pulled that down to cow corner, and he gets that into the gap. Does he know? Yes, a bit of poor fielding there by the fielder running around there from long on, and it goes into the boundary, trickles into the boundary for 4. Anthony Bramble is on the charge and he moves up to 58. A very quick 58 indeed.
Kavim Hod did all the hard work of getting to that ball and then missed as he was putting his hand down to stop it from going into the boundary, and it went into the boundary behind him, and he did not even look to his captain after that. Naughty piece of feeling from Kavim Hodge.
Certainly half-hearted attempt there. This one tucked up is Bramble by Larry Edward. It's like he saw $1 on the ground as opposed to $100 bill, John Ramsing, and decided, well, I'm not going to make much of an effort there. And this one is tucked down short again, and he will pull that behind square for down to square leg. That should be for just another single there for Anthony Bramble. Keeps the scoreboard ticking over, and they progress to 87 without loss after 14.5 overs.
Johnson Charles picking up this time, and Bramble looking to really keep on top of these bowlers.
This one pushed down to long off by Tage to end an excellent over here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They'll end the 15th at 88 without loss, and John Ramsing, who's maybe a little bit tense at the start of the game, is definitely sitting a little bit more comfortable now.
Not a bad effort at all in the first 15 overs by the Harpy Eagles, but the Windward Islands Volcanoes not necessarily helping themselves either. Had Kavim Hod stopped that ball from going into the boundary, the over would have looked much better than it did. And then Edwards starting the over with a no ball, so they're not helping themselves, the the Volcanoes, and because of that, the Guyana Harpy Eagles are in charge. A very relaxed looking bunch of players under that tent for the Harpy Eagles. Also Angelica Holder, the physiotherapist there.
Certainly, they need to stand up and be counted here as we see an adjustment in the bowling here. Justin Greaves will be trying his luck from the southern end of the ground, replacing Kenneth Demba.
Yeah, switched around.
Chandapol is opening the face of this and gliding this down to third man. A full delivery outside the line of the off stump. Again, manipulating the strike quite well, Tage Narayan Chandapol. 27-45.
After picking up all 10 wickets against the Harpy Eagles in their first game, the Volcanoes, they were only able to pick up 4 against the Red Force and 4 against CCC. So as a bowling unit, they're not necessarily having their way so far, the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Yeah, just lacking that little bit of an X factor maybe here.
Obed McCoy is in the squad but not playing because he has some
Greaves again
troubles with his knee.
Delivery turned down to fine leg again by Anthony Bramble for a single on the line of the leg stump. Those quick whippy wrists you were talking about that probably are very good at whipping the bails off when a spin is in operation.
Yeah.
A Kevin Sinclair of sorts, and Anthony Bramble using those wrists for his batting prowess quite right now. And he's up to 60 in the blink of an eye as Greaves comes into Chandapol, driving this pleasantly down to mid-off, and it'll run for a quick single. Mid-off did not pick it up cleanly, and they get through for a single. Good pressure there by the Guyana Harpy Eagles batters.
Yeah, nice running. Positive running again. And it was Chandapol running to the danger end, and he had no hesitation in stepping on the gas. He has been doing that pretty much all of his innings. Nice partnership, 91 and growing.
Greaves to Bramble, and this one has Bramble just playing back up to the field to the bowler. Maybe a bit of a back of a length, and then Greaves is a very slim, tall fellow with long arms. He will get that ball to just hit that seam a little bit harder. And I think they call that a heavy ball, John Ramsing.
That was actually one of the slower balls from Greaves.
Oh.
Yeah, just trying to mix it up towards right-handed Bramble.
Went a little bit faster and turned into the mid-wicket region, and there is no run.
Johnson Charles and Alec Athenaze against Guyana put on 119 for the opening wicket. This certainly is the second best opening stand. 91.
From John Ramsing's perspective, long may it last as Justin Greaves comes into the bowl, the final delivery of the 16th over. And this one, Bramble is playing back up to the bowler again, and that will be the end of the over. At the end of 16, Guyana Harpy Eagles, 91 without loss.
Much better over from Greaves as he was switched around, and then it signals a break in play. And this is going to be a next crucial passage of play because we saw Chanderpaul after a water break in the last game giving his wicket away first ball. Now with this break happening, they want to consolidate their position. But after 16 overs, Harpy Eagles very much comfortable at 91 without loss. We'll take a break as well and we'll come back when the action resumes.
Welcome back here to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy with the Guyana Harpy Eagles at 91 without loss after 16 overs. Larry Edwards continuing. And single from Tej Chandapol brings Anthony Bramble on strike, 60 or 51. It's a big sweep, a big attempted sweep, and there's an appeal for an LBW as his foot came across the stumps. Nothing doing from the umpire. I have to have a look at the replay on that one. That one looked quite straight. Cutting there is Bramble, and he punches his bat in anger. But there's a good fielding there by that short third man. And that's in number 74, Ryan John, the tall man, getting down quite well. He's beaten all ends up by that one getting through bat and pad there. Good delivery there by Larry Edward. Tevin Walcott didn't take it cleanly behind the stump. Let's have a look at the replay on that one. Won't have time for it as we're back live here. This one a little bit straighter here. And at the end of 17, the Guyana Harpy Eagles 92 without loss. Justin Greaves will resume action from the southern end of the ground here. Tejanarine Chandapol on strike. And he attempts the scoop and he gets it over fine leg, short fine leg. They'll come back for two. And Tejanarine is running for the third. He's screamed down the pitch, but he's able to run back into the non-striker's end as Bramble held his end at the striker's end. A little bit of a miscommunication there, but luckily Tejanarine Chandapol was able to get away with that one. Real miscommunication there after an inventive shot going down on one knee and scooping over fine leg.
Andrew, you see Bramble as well gesticulated to his dressing room because they contributed to the miscommunication. Whether they asked Bramble to stay, so he listened to them, did not listen to his partner, did not look up to see his partner running in for the second.
Greaves continues here, and Bramble is trying to drive this one down to long corner, and there is no run. So certainly miscommunication all around there by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Maybe operating on dial-up when they should have been in 5G. No harm done in the end as Greaves continues. And Bramble is bowled. Stepping up the pitch to Justin Greaves, and he clips the top of the off stump. The bails go flying, and that's the end of a wonderful innings by Anthony Bramble. He goes for 60. Guyana Harpy Eagles 93 for 1. A good little innings there from the wicketkeeper batsman for Guyana Harpy Eagles. Maybe slightly rattled by that miscommunication earlier on. The Windward Islands Volcanoes have finally made some headway into the batting lineup as Tevin Imlak, who's coming off a score in the last game, replaces Anthony Bramble. And he's certainly one of the class of, I think it's 2016, that won that under-19 Cricket World Cup, being led by Shimron Hetmyer. Tevin Imlak was the wicketkeeper batsman in that squad. So wicketkeeper batsman replacing a wicketkeeper batsman. And John Ramsing will tell you he's a player with some potential with the bat. Certainly a very tidy gloveman as well. Justin Greaves striking for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, getting their first wicket.
Yeah, Imlak just off for 63 against the CCC right here.
Imlak gets his first one turned into the leg side, and he'll get a single to get off the mark immediately.
Yeah, 131 runs in the season for him already from those 3 matches. So he's been among the runs for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and that's why he's given a promotion now ahead of Shimron Hetmyer, who was batting in the number 3 position for the previous 3 matches for the Harpy Eagles. And then Johnson, who was at number 4, went down to number 5. So the middle order now, with Imlak now, is the strength of the middle order, because Johnson, who got a half century in the last game.
An edge behind, and that's the end of Tej Narayan Chandapal. Justin Greaves strikes twice in the over. Tej Narayan flashing at a wide one outside the off stump. And a good catch by Tevin Walcott behind the stumps. That's 2 wickets gone. The 2 set batters gone. Justin Greaves is pulling it back here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Guyana Harpy Eagles lose their second wicket, 94 for 2.
Yeah, that run out chance that was gonna beg in this over really saw a lapse in concentration by the 2 openers, Bramble, and then he went and played a naughty shot, missed it, and was bowled by Greaves. Now see Chandapal playing an uncharacteristic drive as well, a loose drive, missed it, and nicked a healthy edge to the wicketkeeper. Walcott held on nicely. So that little bit of error that we saw when Chandapal scooped that ball and was looking for the second. Since then, they had a break in concentration, and it resulted in 2 wickets, consecutive wickets. In fact, there's a dot ball. No, actually, Imlak got off the mark. So, 2 wickets in 3 balls for Justin Greaves, and the openers are back in the pavilion. And now, instead of Shimron Hetmyer, we're seeing Leon Johnson, who got a half century in the last game against the CCC. So he's back to the familiar number 4 position. It means Shimron Hetmyer further down the pecking order.
Certainly Shimron Hetmyer will be waiting in the wings here, but consolidation needed here by the Guyana Harpy Eagles captain. Probably why he's brought himself out. Along with Tevin Imlak, who just faced 1 delivery for just 1 run. Justin Greaves with his tail up. 2 wickets in this over. And the 2 set batters as well. So, once again, that drinks break proving very, very difficult for the Guyana Harpy Eagles to contend with. Last delivery left in an eventful 18th over, and Johnson is happy to let this one go outside the off stump. And that will end the 18th over, 94 for 2 Guyana Harpy Eagles. Two runs, 2 wickets in that Justin Greaves over. And all of a sudden the Windward Islands Volcanoes have their tail up a little bit. 2 fresh new batters to work with. No changing the bowling as Larry Edwards will continue. Black is forward and driving that through extra cover will get a single. Certainly looks very, very assured there, Imlak. Just 2 deliveries faced and he's gotten runs off of both of them. But at least these 2 batters coming in have a platform to build on, because it was a lovely partnership there of 93 between Bramble and Chandapol. Big spin there from Edward. Sharp turn indeed. Johnson just managing to get some bat on that one and turn it into the leg side. A little bit more gentle spin, but still coming back into Johnson. There's no run. Quick run here to short fine leg, and Johnson gets away with it. It wasn't picked up cleanly by Sinal Ambris there. As Imlak might have been in trouble, but Johnson gets off the mark. 1 delivery left in the 19th. That will end the 19th over with Guyana Harpy Eagles 96 for 2. The run rate has definitely slowed down since the loss of those 2 wickets, the 2 opening batters, the 2 set batters. And so it's a rebuilding process here for Tevin Imlak, and the captain Leon Johnson pushed down to number 4. Look at the batting card here. Tejaran Chandapur caught Tevin Walcott behind the stumps for a well played 30. And Anthony Bramble bowled by Justin Greaves for 60 or 58 deliveries. All of that happening in the 18th over. And Greaves will continue here. Certainly his tail is up. Good delivery outside the line of the off stump and going away a little bit as well. Leon Johnson not flirting with that one at all. This one he gets and he drives through the cover, but wide mid off will pick up, and he'll just get a single there. Deep square leg on the boundary, as well as a deep cover and a third man and fine leg. The fielder is outside the circle. A short delivery, and Imlak is able to turn that one into deep square leg for position. Played it off his eyes and played it down into the pitch. Controlled the shot. The fielders switch around now for the left-handed Leon Johnson. And there is a slip in play, so I guess you can call him a second or third slip. Encouraging Greaves to pitch that ball up. Back of a length. Played into the cover region, and there's no run. Guyana limping on here, 98 for 2. Really good platform laid by the two openers, but unfortunately they fell in quick succession in the same over. Greaves steaming in, 2 wickets to his name, and he gets a back of a length delivery to Johnson, who plays that into the point region, and there is no run. Beautifully hooked there by Leon Johnson. Gets that behind deep back and square for 4 runs. And that will bring up the 100 for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 102 for 2 after 20 overs. John Ramsing will take over from yours truly for the next 5 overs of commentary.
So the 100 coming up in fine style indeed. And now Edward will continue. Wicketless so far. This is now his 4th over. But he has an opportunity because there are new batters at the crease. But there are batters with runs behind them because both scored half centuries in the last game against the CCC on this very track. Nice flighted delivery, but nice running again between the wickets. So I guess there's an intent as well, a very positive intent between these batters not to get bogged down. So not want one bowler to bowl at them for too long. Already seen some chances being created and not taken via run out. But they're running very, very well generally, Harpy Eagles. Quick single this time again. Good running from Imlak. He's quick. Got in very early, but the throw was off target as well. So we'll never know had it been a better throw. Spinner certainly finishing his over very quickly. This time will be just a single. There were thoughts of being entertained about a second run, but Demba is very quick moving to his left. Good afternoon to you in Dominica. Good afternoon to you as well in Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I hope things are much better now in St. Lucia. Nice timing shown by Johnson. Good firm push to a point. And he's going to be kept on 7. Imlach is on 5. 21 overs gone. 105 for 2. Two wickets to fall. Justin Greaves has both of those wickets, 2 for 22. Now into his 6th over. Picked up the wicket first of all of Anthony Bramble, clean bowled for 60. 2 balls later, got Chanderpaul to nick behind for Walcott to come up with a very good clean catch for 30. So Guyana Harpy Eagles move from 93 without loss to 94 for 2 in the space of 3 balls. Too close to cut. I'm not getting a measure of the wicket. That time, slower one from Justin Greaves. Too close to cut. This is match number 14 of the CG United Super 50 Cup. What a beauty of a delivery, well bowled. Slight movement away from the right-handed batsman, beating him outside his off stump. Good bounce, good carry. Was straight on target from Greaves. So Andrew gave us an update on that match at the Queen's Park Oval. But since then, it's been rain. So after 15 overs, TNT 74 for 1. There's been no further play since then because of rain. They replying to 200 made by the combined campuses and colleges in their turn at the crease. So rain at the Queen's Park Oval. Play stay that way. Bramble hit 8 fours to go with 2 sixes, while Chanderpaul used 49 deliveries for his 30 with 2 fours. So Bramble's very aggressive. He got to 60 from 58 balls. His first half century this season. Oh, swing and a miss, and this time edge found indeed. Wicket number 3 going down. Justin Greaves take a bow. Now into his 6th over, and accounting for the captain of the Guyana Harpy Eagles, Leon Johnson, finding at a very wide ball. Edge found once again. Tevin Walcott, the wicketkeeper, making no mistake. Healthy edge, well taken. Johnson gone for 7. 106 now for a loss of 3. 22 overs gone. The new batter for the Guyana Harpy Eagles is Hetmyer. He made 11 in the first game, 12 in the second. In fact, 12 against the Volcanoes, 11 against the Red Force, and 9 against CCC. Previously batted at number 3, now he's batting at number 5. He's there because Leon Johnson, after getting to 7 with 1 boundary, just nicked behind to give Justin Greaves his 3rd wicket of the day. 3 for 23 for Greaves so far. At one stage, the Harpy Eagles were 93 without loss. Now 106 with a loss of 3. 13 runs going down. 13 runs being scored for 3 wickets. Edward continues. So Hetmyer about to take strike. He'll be receiving from Larry Edward, who's operating over the wicket, the left arm spinner. No slip. There's an extra cover, a point, backward point. Close in on the offside. On the onside is a short fine leg. A mid wicket. Those are the fielders in the circle. Everyone else protecting the boundaries. Chipped away in the air, just short of field, that short fine leg. Not batting with any headgear, Hetmyer, but will not want to lose his head and lose his wicket too early at least. Wants to get a start, get his side back into this game. The deep fielders are mid at long off, long on, deep mid wicket, and a deep backward square. Off the mark. Guys just went down to 3rd man. Ambris is after it. And will pull it up in front of the ropes. Hetmyer collects 2. He's off and running. So just 3 runs in the over so far. Not a bad over. Very economical from Edward. A dot ball to over number 23. It's 109 for 3. Just Greaves of the bowlers used so far in the wickets column. We've seen just 5 bowlers. We haven't seen left arm spin of Hodge as yet. Larry Edward, 5 overs, none for 21. Demba with his off breaks, 3 overs, none for 12. But Greaves now to his 7th over. No wonder he has bowled the most so far. Causing the most trouble. Quick single. Taken in the end. Justin Greaves and wicketkeeper Walcott. Devin Walcott. Barbadian born, but because of the franchise system at this level, they're playing for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Head coach as well from Barbados of the Volcanoes unit, Shirley Clark. slip in play now for Hetmyer, but he's very wide. Hetmyer gathers through the onside. The chase on for Ambris again. I like Atenes. This field that slip is very wide and in close as well. Because bowling not express pace, Justin Greaves, but bowling well enough to bite that edge. Or if Shimon Hetmyer may want to steer down to third man, can perhaps steer it straight into the lap of Atenes, the leading run scorer this season. Consecutive hundreds at the start of the tournament, and then just got 2 in the last game. Alec Atenes. Greaves started at the northern end, the media center end here at Brian Lara, and then was switched around. Over number 18, the magic started when he got 2 wickets in 3 balls. Pulled away nicely by Hetmyer, 4 runs. That's his area. Mid-wicket is where Hetmyer will do the bulk of his scoring. And we saw in the last game against CCC, there's a big gap between mid-wicket and the backward square. Hetmyer got 2 boundaries in 1 over, and then hold out to the field at mid-wicket in the same over. So again, we're seeing a big gap at mid-wicket. Whether he'll take it is left to be seen. Mikhail Powell was the bowler who got him out in the last game. The slingy action. Goes through mid-wicket, we'll look for the second. The fielder comes off the boundaries quick in Johnson Charles. The batters will have to stay on just a single. Both of these sides on 3 points. Red Force as well on 3 wins, 8 points. All 3 teams on 8 points from 3 matches, but with a slightly better net run rate. Red Force are on top. Remember, 4 teams per zone. 2 will go to semis out of each zone. This is a very crucial match of Zone A. This is match number 8. In the air, gone. Soft dismissal again. This is to Tevin Imlach this time. Pushing it straight to cover. And Greaves gets his 4th wicket. He's on a high. In over number 24, the Harpy Eagles 170 now for 4. So there goes Tevin Imlach making that long walk back to the pavilion. 8 runs from 14 deliveries. For a score that we say not of anything significant in this year's tournament. May get an opportunity to open the batting in the next game when Tejan Chanderpaul departs. Not sure if they will continue to play him in the middle order, but he's gone. And Shefflin Rutherford has joined Shimon Hetmyer in the middle. And Greaves, how well he has bowled so far. Picked up 2 wickets in over number 18. Followed up nicely with the wicket of Leon Johnson in over number 22. And now, in the 24th over of the innings, has gotten Tevin Imlach. Technically correct batsman for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Denver's going to come back into the attack. Larry Edward out of the attack. 5 overs, none for 21 for the left arm spinner. Hetmyer will be on strike at the start of the over, however. Cuts it down past the field at backward point, and it's going to go into the boundary for 4. Big gap on the offside. And lots of room given by Denver. Hetmyer takes it and gets a boundary. He's now on to 13 into double figures. It was quick and used the pace as well. Cut it nicely. Rutherford got to 37 from 26 in the last game. Got it very quickly with 4 sixes, and I think it was in 1 over. He managed to get 3 sixes, but did not carry on to win the game. With 5 runs needed, I think he held out, or thereabout. 5, 7. Yet to face the ball, Rutherford in this game has the ability to hit sixes at will. Has lots of time. 25 overs to go after this one. Got him too close to his stump, Hetmyer. Chance for run out, and he had to run around his partner, Rutherford. Eventually got home. Throw was a bit high to Tevin Walcott. And eventually the single was taken, was completed. It was Hetmyer cutting, but from his off stump. The ball did not go too far, and Athanaze sends the return but sent it back high. That allowed Rutherford to get back into his crease. Well, get back for the single. Rutherford about to receive from Denver. Rutherford given us a difficult time against the Red Force and got to 49. So he had to get a half century. On his comeback game, he got 28 against the Volcanoes at Queen's Park Oval. First delivery, ball jumped on him from Denver. Good gripping cricket here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And then we saw 3 wickets to Justin Greaves previously, 3 to Kavim Hodge, but 4 wickets today for Justin Greaves in no time. He really is responsible for the Windward Islands Volcanoes coming back into this game. Andrew.
Yeah, certainly, John Ramsing. Good afternoon to all our viewers once again. It's a situation of Justin Greaves almost single-handedly mashing the brakes on the Guyana Harpy Eagles after a 93-run partnership between Tajan Chandapol and Anthony Bramble. Greaves, the sole wicket taker here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, but that doesn't mean that they've only taken 1 wicket. They've taken 4 wickets, Justin Greaves. And very, very good bowling by him. And it seems that he will continue into his 8th over now, bowling to Shimron Hetmyer, as he's known in Guyana. Inside edge pass, the off stump, and fine leg will run around and cut it off. They'll come back for 2. Good running between the 2 of them. So Hetty throwing his hands at that one a little bit and just past the outside edge, just past the stumps. Let's have a look at the replay on that one there. Just passing the leg stump, just. Bit of a bottom edge and inside edge there from Hetmyer. But you all know he's a class player, Shimron Hetmyer. Certainly a player with a lot of talent here. Greaves still has his tail up. And that's driven past him. And that will run very, very close to the boundary. Mid-off will run around and pick it up. Didn't get full connection on that Hetmyer, but he jogs back for a comfortable 2. Dusk is starting to stretch over here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's getting a little bit darker now. You should see the lights coming on very, very shortly. Rutherford gets off the mark with this one. A push down to mid-on. Oh, that was Hetmyer again. My apologies. Rutherford is on strike now. He just faced 2 deliveries. And he drives this one beautifully to extra cover. The fielder from deep cover will come across and pick it up. And Rutherford is off the mark on that shot. Greaves 4 for 37 off 7.4 deliveries. Certainly bending his back and marshalling the troops now. But when you've taken 4 wickets in just under 8 overs, your captain will let you dictate the field that you want, providing it gets the Spice Man's approval. Pushed again down by Hetmyer. Mid-off will come around and they will collect a single. So Hetmyer doing quite well here, 20 off 17. Coming in at number 5 today. Came in at the loss of his captain, Leon Johnson. Rutherford again with that drive to extra cover and will get another single out there to end the 30th over. And at the end of 30, the Guyana Harpy Eagles have progressed quite nicely, 130 for 4. It's the job of Hetty now and Shufin Rutherford to get Guyana Harpy Eagles close to that 50 over mark. The tail is quite long. Veerasammy Permaul, who is capable of batting. Gudakesh Moti Kanai as well. Kevin Sinclair not too bad with the bat. And then Romario Shepherd is all the way down at number 11. Although I suspect he might come in a little bit earlier depending on the state of the game. Demba to continue here to Rutherford. And Rutherford drives pleasantly down to wide long off. We'll get a single. Shimron Hetmyer, no helmet on. You can see his blonde middle part there, quite prominently on your screen. Backs away and cuts this down to third man. He should get 4 for it. Ball is slowing up, but the ball will win the race. And Hetmyer giving himself some room against Demba and getting that cut down to third man for 4. Very, very adept little player is Shimron Hetmyer. Extremely good wrists. Extremely good at maneuvering the ball. Something you expect from left-handers, oddly enough. They always seem very adept at finding those gaps. One of many left-handers in this Guyana Harpy Eagle side. This one, he's forward to this one and plays it back up to Demba. And they're putting an extra fielder in the cover region here for Shimron Hetmyer. And there might be a second slip being employed, almost a third slip here. No, it is a conventional third slip. And pushes into the cover, just into that gap where that fielder came from. Good manipulation of the strike here by Shimron Hetmyer. He certainly hasn't set this tournament alight, Shimron Hetmyer, in a way that we know he all can. That he can. So certainly he has an opportunity here to show his worth, especially in middle overs here. One delivery left in the 27th. Demba to Rutherford. And Rutherford is pushing this one down to long on for a well-deserved single. And that will end the 27th. That's Guyana Harpy Eagles progress to 137 for 4. Good over that for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They got 7 runs off that over. And it's good to see, of course, that conventional cricket is playing its role. Wasn't too much of a challenge for them to get that 7 runs and over. Shimron Hetmyer gets the helmet as Justin Greaves continues from the southern end of the ground. And he continues to bowl around the wicket to the left-handed Shufin Rutherford. That's high up in the air. Rutherford going for the hook. Mid-off is settling. And that's 5 for Justin Greaves. That's the end of Shufin Rutherford. Trying that big, expansive shot. And that's actually Ryan John, apologies. So it's not 5 for Justin Greaves. Ryan John coming back immediately and getting that wicket of Shufin Rutherford. Skying that one in the air and mid-off taking an easy catch. Didn't get a hold of that one at all, Shufin Rutherford. It just went high. Greaves actually did take the catch at mid-off. So Greaves had a hand in the 5th wicket to fall. So he's had a hand in all 4 wickets to fall. Don Ramsing quietly telling me behind that it was his namesake Ryan John who took that wicket. The Guyanese slip into further trouble here, 137 for 5. And you'll have to say that was an ill-advised shot by Shufin Rutherford, considering that Shimron Hetmyer was setting a good pace here. Kevin Sinclair comes out in the number 7 position. Much better known for his spin bowling. But John Ramsing tells me that he does have some capabilities with the bat. Yeah. In Mr. Ramsing's expert opinion, he's a batsman who can bowl a little bit. Sort of like a Cavem Hodge for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Yeah. Kevin Sinclair also very fit and able to perform a flip when he takes a wicket. I'm not sure if I've ever seen him flip if he scored a 50. But certainly his job here now is just to provide support for Shimron Hetmyer. And the Harpy Eagles looking so comfortable before the drinks break. They were 91 without loss after 16. They've since slipped to 137 for 5. Ryan John versus Kevin Sinclair, and he gets this one delivery on the body, and Sinclair is able to turn it into the leg side for a comfortable single. Certainly a wonderful opportunity here for Shimron Hetmyer to show his worth. We all know of his class and his destructive abilities with the bat. Was certainly an opportunity for him here to shepherd the lower Guyana Harpy Eagles batting. Gets a wide delivery and he cuts it straight to point, and there's no run. Excellent fielding by Larry Edwards, shying at the stumps. And Hetmyer quickly back in his crease. I think he'll feel like he missed out on an opportunity there. Get it past Larry Edwards. There's a lot of space. Good delivery by Ryan John has Hetmyer honest in his crease. Certainly very, very cool conditions here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The sun has gone behind some cloud cover. Good conditions for maybe a little bit of swing bowling here, as Ryan John tries to find something extra out of this pitch. Hetmyer pulls at this one, doesn't get it past the mid-wicket region. And immediately calls for a change of gloves, it seems. One delivery left in the 28th over. And this one he turns down to deep square leg and will come back for a 2 here. They'll have to hurry, and Sinclair is quick in the between the wickets, and they'll get through for 2. 140 for 5 Guyana Harpy Eagles after 28. So Shimron Hetmyer getting that change of gloves. Both the Guyanese batters are actually getting some attention here. Kevin Sinclair is going with the cap as well. I certainly understand that the batters don't want to wear their helmets while they're facing up against the spinners. But if every over they have to change if a pace bowler comes on, well, at least the 12th and 13th man get a little bit of exercise in. Larry Edward, will resume battle. 5 overs, none for 21. Going with the broad brim cap is Kevin Sinclair, resplendent in white. That one is cut, and he'll just get through the slip fielders, and he'll run away for 4. Good attempt there at the slips, but getting through that first and second slip there, living a little bit dangerously there is Kevin Sinclair. It went fast enough. Athanaze that first slip, maybe suggesting the second slip that he could have gone for that one. Gets 4 for it, does Sinclair. This one he's driving more conventionally down to long on. Hetmyer trots through for the single. 7 runs in the over so far. Kevin Sinclair lucky to get that 4 through the slip region. See if Hetty can take a single of this last delivery of this over. He doesn't, and that ends the 29th. At the end of 29, the Guyana Harpy Eagles are 147 for 5. Justin Greaves leading the attack here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. 4 for 39 of his 8 overs. And the helmets are back on for the batters as Ryan John will continue action from the southern end of the ground. Good delivery by John, tucking up Kevin Sinclair. Sinclair rehearsing a more ambitious shot there. Maybe trying to scoop that one over the fellow at mid-on. There's a deep square leg and a deep cover, as well as third man and fine leg for Mr. John. Turned into the short mid-wicket position, and there is no run. So the Harpy Eagles have a very healthy score on building. They probably lost maybe 2 or 3 wickets more than they would have liked, but 147 after in the 30th over is something I'm sure that they would take. At any rate, this is a short delivery, and Sinclair is able to turn that down to deep square leg for a single. Fine leg comes across, does the fielding. Gets a run for his troubles. Good surprise short ball there from Ryan John. Hetmyer gets a delivery that he pushes into the extra cover region and will get a single. It makes batting look very, very simple, does Shimron Hetmyer. Very uncomplicated character. In terms of his batting, I should say. I'm sure he's a quite more complicated character off the cricket field. Third man comes up inside the circle here for the last 2 deliveries. Spiceman Andrew Fletcher leading the Windward Islands Volcanoes from short mid-wicket. Certainly hasn't scored a lot of runs in this tournament so far, Andrew Fletcher, and that's something I'm sure he will look to amend later on today when he gets a chance with the willow in his hand. Ryan John with the last delivery of the 30th, and Kevin Sinclair tries to turn it down to third man for a single shot. Third man is inside the circle at the end of 30. Guyana Harpy Eagles 149 for 5. Some thoughts from the erstwhile John Ramsing.
Andrew, despite 5 wickets going down quickly, not a bad run rate that they've maintained, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, just around that 5 runs per over mark. Partnership of 12 runs developing here now between Kevin Sinclair, who's just gotten there, and Sherman Hetmyer, who has his best score this season by far. Lots of responsibilities in this batsman. He gets his 30th run, and 150 is on the board for the Harpy Eagles at the start of over number 31. So I think now at this stage, the Guyana Harpy Eagles will be looking to perhaps double this score. They've lost 5 wickets. If they can get to 300, it's a good batting track. Cool conditions now. The lights should be switched on very soon. It's getting a bit dark. They want to use this platform that they have to get to 300 runs and control things from there. We saw the Volcanoes get into 296 when these teams met early up in the tournament. And the Harpy Eagles just got 268 in reply. Good over so far from Larry Edward. Keeping things tight. Just a single in the over so far. Hetmyer has faced some 28 deliveries for his 30. Sinclair a bit more watchful. Appeal for leg before, turned down by umpire Taylor. It's a Barbados and Jamaica combination here in terms of umpiring. Jonathan Blades of Barbados standing at the southern end, and then Christopher Taylor of Jamaica at the northern end. Fly tail outside the off stump and driven confidently down towards extra cover. Must come back for 2. Could get a boundary. Good feeling in the end by Demba. And look for the third, it's not on. Good commitment in the outfield. 3 runs in the over. 31 gone, 152 for a loss of 5. And it's time for drinks. We have an opportunity for a quick break as well. But just to let you know, the Guyana Harpy Eagles won the toss and opted to bat first after a good start between Chanderpaul and Bramble. They've lost some 5 wickets since that opening stand of 93. And now after 31, it's now 152 for the loss of 5. So that's your match summary. We'll take a break as well for some refreshment's sake. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. So as the ground staff departs, we get ready to resume the action here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Harpy Eagles batting first, 152 for the loss of 5, 31 overs gone. Last 19 overs of this encounter awaits us. Ryan John speeds into Hetmyer. Teammates of that West Indies on the 19th side that won the World Cup in 2016, Ryan John and Shimon Hetmyer. Alzari Joseph, Chimar Holder, Kimo Paul, they all went on to wear international colours. Of course Hetmyer, but no Ryan John. Here he is now looking to make a name for himself, looking to get his team back. Cut away nicely, good piece of fielding as well, but diving over the ball. Larry Edward, the ball is following Edward around today. Those 4 wickets from Justin Greaves really bring the Windward Islands Volcanoes back into this game nicely. It was all Guyana Harpy Eagles, and I'm sure you're very pleased with the work of Justin Greaves.
Yeah, most definitely. But a nice little partnership building here between Hetmyer and Sinclair, digging the Harpy Eagles out of a rut.
This one's pulled away nicely. Rolling his wrist over, pulling forward of square. But there's protection on the boundary, so it's just a single. As you can see, it's a bit dark here now at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Some heavy clouds, some ugly clouds blocking the sun from coming through. But they've disappeared from the venue.
Certainly, despite the pressure Shimron Hetmyer has been under and the Harpy Eagles under, he's still going at better than run a ball, which is always good as John comes in. Turns this one into the mid-wicket region, and there's the run. John Ramsing, maybe you can give us an idea as to where the players in the Guyana come from. Are they from country boys or city boys? As John comes in for the 5th delivery of the over.
So Hetmyer, who's on strike, is from an area that's called Canefield Kanji, which is in Berbice. If you know Berbice, it's close to New Amsterdam area, where Kevin Sinclair, who's batting with him, is from, in the Angois Avenue. So they're both Berbicians. The bulk of this side is from Berbice. Slashed away.
Some space on this one. Carves that one down to third man for a single. And they'll end the 32nd over with a little bit of a Nelson there. 155 for 5 after 32. Not a pure Nelson by any means.
Seems as if you're inventing that one there. A little bit of a Nelson. Want to see what you're getting at. 555.
I call that literary freedom, John Ramsing.
Yeah. The 2 substitute fielders that you've seen on the field so far, Quinton Sampson and Kemal Savory. They're from Essequibo. Savory, born on the Essequibo coast. Sampson lives in the Essequibo River, a village called Carrier.
Essequibo is that where Ramnirisawan is from, in Wackenham Island.
So Ramnirisawan is from Wackenham in the Essequibo River as well. This one's played nicely off his toes. Shimon Hetmyer down to long on for a single. So the 2 subs, like I said, from Essequibo. Johnson, born in Kamuni Creek, which is a riverine area up the Demerara River near the Jerry Jagan International Airport, but lives in Georgetown now, Leon Johnson.
Nice cut here by Sinclair. Deep cover will come around and pick that one up.
Sheriff in Rutherford and more on the east coast of Demerara, close to the city. Tejanai Chandapal lives at Unity.
I've never had the opportunity to come to your lovely country, John
Really?
Ramsing, but I certainly would love
It's
to.
Tourism Awareness Month, So many things happening in Guyana. You are welcome.
Hetmyer turns this one to leg. Just in front of square and will pick up a single.
Bramble is from Corriverton in Berbice as well. Here's Sammy Pamal, Albion, Berbice, Gulikesh Boti, Albion, Berbice, Niall Smith, New Amsterdam, Berbice, Pestano in Rosal Town. That is also in Berbice. Mario Shepherd as well. New Amsterdam boy in Berbice. Devon Imlak is from the city. So most of the players are from Berbice.
Still didn't answer my question of country or city, but
So in the city itself, you may just have Leon Johnson. This one is in the air, but not carrying to the fielder. Larry Edward again with a half of a chance there, was heading his way.
lucky he got that one in the gap a little bit there as well, Sinclair. Probably trying to slap it over extra cover, didn't quite get the purchase on it that he wanted.
Yeah, maybe just Leon Johnson and Imlak. Imlak, who's not necessarily in the heart of the city, but on the outskirts. 159 for 5, 33 gone.
And certainly Guyana, Harpy Eagles, and of course the Amazon Warriors in the CPL have been doing some good performances. Have been putting in some good performances. We see a lot of good players coming out of Guyana. Has there been with the development of Guyana? Obviously they're showing growth. One of the few nations to show growth during COVID-19 due to the surplus of natural elements and natural riches that Guyana has. Has there been a lot of investment into cricket at the grassroots level in Guyana?
There was a change of guard recently in terms of management of cricket in Guyana. And the new cricket administrators are there, have been trying their level best to get their feet in.
Ryan John to continue to Sinclair. Actually, this isn't Ryan John, and this is up in the air, and he's able to bunt that over mid-off. That's actually Preston McSween, and it will a valiant attempt by the fielder. It looks like they will come back for 3. We'll have to confirm from the umpire if that is a 4 or not. There's no signal from the umpire. Sinclair's asking the question, but unfortunately he'll have to settle for just 3 runs.
Yeah, we got the benefit of an angle just now on our cameras that suggests that it might have been a boundary. Umpires just have one look at it. So it looks as if it will be 3. Officially.
Unfortunately, I'm not sure if the television replays are available for this tournament.
It's not. It's just for our viewers.
The viewers are quite special indeed. Good afternoon to all our viewers. Hetmyer. It's a short delivery by McSween, and Hetmyer tugs that around the deep square leg for a single. Going about his work quite easily now, Shimron Hetmyer. This partnership blossoming to 26. By some distance, the second highest partnership between the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Of course, the first one was 93. Which gives an indication of how well the Windward Islands Volcanoes bowled in that middle over period, John Ramsing, especially after the drinks break in the 16th over. Really just pegged them back quite a bit. 2 wickets falling in the 18th. And that was the 2 opening batters as well. Tej Narayan Chandapal and Mr. Anthony Bramble. McSween coming back quite nicely here.
I just received a video clip from a friend of mine. Shows St. Lucia underwater in many parts. And that's lots and lots of water. Seeing the fences, the front fences of some of those properties underwater, cars underwater. So our hearts go out to you in St. Lucia.
Yeah, certainly some hard times for our friends up the islands. I believe I did see some reports that Bahamas is under hurricane watch as well. So difficult times there, indeed. Sinclair coming up the pitch of that one, and he's able to open the face of the bat and guide it past deep cover. Deep cover will come around and they will jog a comfortable 2 to end the 34th, and that will put them up to 167 for 5 at the end of 34.
No, still a ball to go in the over.
There's still a ball to go in the over.
Yeah, good work from Johnson Charles, running very hard and preventing that boundary.
McSweden comes in for the last delivery of the over, and again Sinclair's trying to opening the face, gets that down to a short third man, and there's no run, and that is the end of the over. At the end of 34, it's 165 for 5.
During the recently concluded Caribbean Premier League, matches were played in St. Lucia. We saw a welcome return to spectators at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Johnson Charles really brought the crowd to life back then, and it was really nice reception we got in St. Lucia. So to see St. Lucia underwater, it's not what I last saw when I was there.
Mr. Larry Edward will continue to
He's from St. Lucia as well.
And Hetmyer is tugging this one down to long on for a single. I still feel like Shimron Hetmyer is playing within himself, obviously, John. But that might be, of course, because of the state of the game and the state that his team is at. Might seem try to loosen up by the 40th over come around. Sinclair, no run there into the cover region.
It was the semi-final of the 2021 edition of the Super 50. These same two teams were battling in Antigua. Shimron Hetmyer got a magnificent 100. Could turn.
Beaten outside the off stump. There's Sinclair with that wide flash.
Yeah, so since then he hasn't, in the few matches he has played, got out some very poor shots. Seems as if he's making a big effort.
Square here for Sinclair. Good fielding there by that fielder at the wide third man region. Wide short third man, you'd have to say. And cutting off definitely a second run. Could have stopped a boundary as well.
Yeah, McSween doing very well. Yeah, Shimron Hetmyer seems to be making a very good effort now to bat himself back into some form.
Again, that lovely little push down to long on for an easy single there to Hetmyer. And he trots his way up to 37 or 39. And as you mentioned, Sinclair is quite a capable batsman, and he's providing very, very capable support here. 19 off 27. Some of the other batters in Guyana will have to look at themselves if they say, well, hey, if Kevin Sinclair can do it, why couldn't I? At the end of 35, Guyana Harpy Eagles 168 for 5.
Well, these teams played a few days ago at the Queen's Park Oval. The Guyana Harpy Eagles are not allowed to get a lot of partnerships. At one time they were 66 for a loss of 280 for 3. Then 182 for 8. Recovered nicely to get to 268 in a losing cause, chasing 296 that the Volcanoes made. So the batting is right down to number 11 for the Harpy Eagles. So despite the top order, the middle order stuttering, they can still back themselves to get 300. In the air, taken! Just as we were saying, Hetmyer looking to bat himself back into some form. He chipped this one straight to the fielder at mid-off. He had to run in a little bit and put in the dive. And that is the end of Shimron Hetmyer. Caught at mid-off of the bowling of Preston McSween, he's gone for 37. It's now 168 for the loss of 6.
Unfortunate less loss there for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Shimon Hetmyer, very, very unhappy with himself, and he'll be trudging on very, very slowly at the loss of his own wicket, because he knows that he was the man that was supposed to take Guyana deep into this 50 over innings. Certainly very unhappy there. He can look skyward all he wants. And Gudakesh Moti Kanhai will come out at the number 8 position.
When Moti was playing at the under 15 level, there was a little bit of a mix-up and so on. It was all sorted. The mix-up came with his name having that Kanhai at the end. But now, there's no Kanhai anymore. So some persons and some places will still have Kanhai attached to his name, but it doesn't have a compounded last name. It's just Moti.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Ramsing. Always a well of information here. A lot of weight attached to that name as well, Kanai. And is he a distant relation of the great Rohan Kanai?
Well, he's from Berbice as well, and it was said that yes, he is a relative of Rohan Kanai.
McSween with his tail up. First delivery to Kanai. Utamoti is right on target. Kevin Sinclair will come down to have some words with his fellow spinner batter. And we can see that our director Ronnie Bikramdas still is referring to him as Moti Kanai. I'll let you know that John Ramsing says he's just Kudakesh Moti. McSween again. And Moti is able to turn this one down to a wide third man for a single, get off the mark. And he gets off the mark with that single. Preston McSween marshalling the troops here. 6.3 overs, 1 for 36. It's been a good return from the pacer. Coming back to get that all-important wicket of Shimron Hetmyer. Sinclair firmly behind that one. I won't say all hopes rest on his shoulders. Certainly not with the likes of Romario Shepherd still in the hutch to come.
Clinton Pestano can bat very well. Also, Versame Pramal, the international player. So you can look at it as lots of batting if needed. This pair at the crease, they may very well see it to the end.
Solidly behind that one is Kevin Sinclair. And certainly the message from the Harpy Eagle dugout would be definitely let's make sure and consume all of these 50 overs. John, they wouldn't want to be out down before the close of the 50th over. They'd want to utilize all the deliveries available. McSween comes in again. So nice drive by Sinclair into the cover region, and there is no run.
Putting a premium on his wicket so far, Kevin Sinclair. As the over is completed, 36 gone, 169 for 6.
Larry Edward will continue from the northern end, it looks like. 9 overs, none for 38, just 1 over left in his spell.
So doing a good job containing so far Larry Edward. Hasn't picked up a wicket. It was not blasted around the park.
Nice try by Gudakesh Moti. Half stopped by the bowler. But he still trudged through for a single.
He'd love to end with a wicket or two. Larry Edward. Playing just his second game this season. Picked up a wicket already in the season. None here today.
A slip in place to Larry Edward to encourage him. We to get that ball to touchdown and then just turn away from Kevin Sinclair, the right-hander. But Sinclair is up to the task.
All the teams in this in this zone having to play matches at both venues, day matches and day night matches.
Back is Sinclair to this one, cuts it to point. There's no run. A bit of a faster delivery there, maybe from Edward. Coming onto the bat a little quicker.
So we saw the Windward Islands beating Guyana Harpy Eagles in the day match.
Sinclair going for the extravagant pull. Ball delivery, that delivery looking to be heading down leg side. Didn't get a hold of that one at all.
So the Volcanoes played all three of their matches already at the Queen's Park Oval, so now they have to finish off their campaign here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy with their remaining matches. So they won against Guyana Harpy Eagles, against CCC, but lost to the Red Force.
Nice drive down to wide, long off there by Kevin Sinclair. He will come through for the single. Conventional cricket bringing him a run. He's still rehearsing that pull shot there. Getting a bit impetuous, as you would expect from not quite a tail-ender. John Ramsing is quick to correct me on that.
Edward not giving him the opportunity to free his arms, bowling it right up. No room either side of the wicket. Just not nagging short of a good length area.
One delivery left and Edwards is over, and you want to finish strongly here, and he does indeed, and he will finish with 10 overs for 40 runs. Excellent bowling by Larry Edwards, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles will end the 37th at 171 for 6.
Would have been much happier to have a wicket at least, Larry Edward, but to be pleased to know that he just gave away 4 runs and over to a very good batting lineup here that the Harpy Eagles possess. So not a bad day at the office so far for Larry Edward, the left arm spinner from St. Lucia. But good work from Justin Greaves, the Barbados player, who's now with the Volcanoes because of that franchise system, along with the wicketkeeper Tevin Walcott. Bhaskar Yadram from Guyana played with the Volcanoes a few seasons back under that same franchise system.
Yes, McSween comes in again. A delivery fending outside the off stump, back of a length, and just rising on Kevin Sinclair. Died on its way to Tevin Walcott behind the stumps.
Earlier when the top order batters were going at it, I was looking at the 300 plus total for the Harpy Eagles on good conditions here. But now that they've lost 6 wickets and this is over number 38, I may have to pull that back.
Flashing at this one is Kevin Sinclair. He'll get that down to third man for a single.
These players are very capable of scoring very quickly too. So they may want to prove me wrong if I retract to maybe a 260, 265. And then there's still, if needed, Romario Shepherd. He can be the X factor.
And certainly Romario Shepherd can turn a mediocre score into a very competitive one very quickly indeed. Moti flinging at his bat at one outside the off stump. He had every right to fling his bat at that one, but he would have certainly needed to move his feet to get anywhere close to that one. And that he did not do. McSween bowling within himself at the start of the innings, but coming back and getting the big wicket of Shimron Hetmyer. And this one he's flicked to short mid wicket, and that's well taken. The catch is taken cleanly. Moti is still raising a question there. The umpires will confer on it, but it certainly looks like Moti is out there. A diving forward catch there by the fielder at short mid wicket.
So it was chipped in the air to Alec Atenes. He claimed the catch, Atenes. Moti asked the umpires because he wasn't certain. And now after discussion between the umpires, Jonathan Blades of Barbados and Chris Taylor of Jamaica, it is given out. So Moti caught by Atenes at that very short mid-wicket region, gave Preston McSween his first wicket here today, and the slide continues for the Harpy Eagles. Moti gone for 2, 172 for a loss of 7.
Preston McSween coming back strongly here in his second spell, picking up 2 wickets now. Would you bring back Justin Greaves to see if he can pull off that fifer? But the big man walks to the crease. Romario Shepherd comes in at number 9.
But now that Larry Edward has finished his work for the day, maybe they'll be tempted to bring back Justin Greaves, but he got all 4 of his wickets bowling from the same end that McSween is operating from right now. So maybe there's that option as well of allowing another bowler to replace Edwards at the northern end. And when McSween is finished with his spell, then maybe Justin Greaves can come back from that end, because it could be a little bit of comfort that got Greaves those wickets, because he started at the northern end, got no success, but when he was switched around, he got 4 wickets very quickly. Romario Shepherd with a swashbuckling 74 against the Red Force a few nights ago, right here, is on strike now.
There's no run for his first delivery. And the Windward Island Volcanoes would certainly want to keep him quiet. Andrew Fletcher making some adjustments in the field now. Long on is going back to the boundary. Certainly a very capable all-rounder, Romario Shepherd. And they're contemplating a single, but Andrew Fletcher is very, very quick on that leg side. Bit of hesitancy by both batters. And at the end of 38, it's another wicket taking over for Preston McSween. He has 2 for 37 off 8, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles are 172 for 7.
Kafim Hodge is marking his run up. We haven't seen him in this match so far. Coming into the attack in over number 39. Did bowl well when these teams met at the Queen's Park Oval. 5 overs, 1 for 31. Got a big wicket of Leon Johnson, was reverse sweeping and adjudged like before.
Yeah, and certainly it's strange to see Hodge being brought in so late in the attack. He's normally brought in quite early. But of course the other bowlers have done the job for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Cut by Kevin Sinclair, straight to point. Driven by Kevin Sinclair, straight to short extra cover.
Just going a bit too hard now, Sinclair. We just need to be a good partner to Shepherd.
That's again and straight to point. A little bit of a bubble there. A good recovery by McSween. This one he gets behind point, and this one should run down to the third man boundary for 4. Delicately played by Kevin Sinclair, and 4 valuable runs to the Guyana Harpy Eagles cause.
Just a little bit of room outside his off stump, and he just back into his crease and guided it down nicely. This outfield, despite the rains earlier, still quick.
Trying the shot again, and a little bit too close to his stumps this time. Kevin Hodge gets a little bit of a moral victory after that 4.
$176 for 7.
Driving through extra cover. A little bit of hesitancy by Romario Shepherd, but in the end they get through quickly for the single. Romario Shepherd they're still arguing about it at either ends of the pitch, but Sinclair gets the single, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles progress to 177 for 7.
Is that some kind of Nelson again?
Another tentative Nelson. 177 for 7 after 39.
Semi-finals of this tournament will be played 16th and 17th. That's next Wednesday and Thursday. The grand final is set for the 19th, all at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Ground in Antigua. Just got word that it's raining on the coast of Guyana, some parts of Georgetown, and on the east coast of Demerara, West Demerara as well.
McSween to Sinclair. But again, John, this isn't a bad score to be going into the 40th over, because you expect with 10 overs left, a team should put on at least 70 or 80, close to 70 or 80. Of course, with no wickets in hand, or not many wickets in hand, I should say, for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, it's a bit of a challenge here. And of course, they'll want to attack, but then they'll have to be conservative as well. So they'll have to attack conservatively, John Ramsey.
Shepherd can do that very well, because he's actually a natural stroke player who does so with aggression.
Trying to fiddle with that one there. A little bit of an extra bounce there from Preston McSween. Sinclair walks off the square leg and shakes his head and rehearses a pull shot, which would not have helped him on that delivery.
Sinclair's been working hard on some aspects of his game, such as his batting. Comes very early to the venue, does some what's called shadow batting, then has a teammate of him bowling some to him.
This one he cuts and cuts well, and he'll get that down. That's excellent fielding there by that fielder coming around.
Johnson Charles.
That's Johnson Charles on the boundary again. Definitely saved the boundary there. Sinclair gets 2, takes him up to 28.
Yeah, if you look at the number of runs Charles has saved so far on the boundary, to add up to about 12. So he's done very well.
And certainly is an excellent outfielder, Johnson Charles, and a rocket of an arm as well. McSween comes in again. It's a delivery on the line of the leg stump, played up to mid-wicket, and Spiceman Andrew Fletcher does the fielding. Sinclair's saying maybe I should have lifted that over Andrew Fletcher's head. Acres of space in cow corner. One delivery left in the 40th here as McSween and drives this one nicely down to long on, and Sinclair will pinch the strike yet again from Romario Shepherd. Poor Romario Shepherd has only had 2 deliveries, to face. And Sinclair pinches the strike again after 40 overs, 180 for 7, the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, Sinclair not doing too bad as well, so you don't mind him getting the strike if he's scoring. But with the final 10 overs now about to begin, as umpire Chris Taylor waiting to signal the final power play, that's the bowling power play now. The last 10 overs, Sinclair will want to give some of the strike to Shepherd for him to get some of the big shots in, get some boundaries. So they want to really get at least a run a ball in the last 10, considering they have 3 wickets in hand.
At least a run a ball will get them up to the 240, 250 mark, which would be a very competitive score here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and would represent a nice recovery as well. Larry Edward. And Sinclair drives nicely through the cover region. Actually, that's Kavim Hodge, my apologies. Continuing with his second over. And Romario Shepherd will finally get a chance to face the delivery. Good push there by Shepherd, with good fielding as well by Kavim Hodge, and there's no run.
He got just one from 2 deliveries when these teams played at the Queen's Park Oval, Shepherd. Then he blasted a quick 574 against Red Force. Did not bat against CCC.
This one he's driving pleasantly through the cover region. They're not going to contemplate a second. They ran that first one very, very sedately indeed, John Ramsing.
Yeah, he gets off the mark. Shepherd. You want to conserve his energy for the big hitting.
Did hit that one quite well. Then Clay again cutting through. Alright, so Sinclair cuts again nicely there and gets a single as well. Beaten outside the line of the off stump, and there's an appeal. I'm not sure what they're celebrating. I think he has been bowled, Romario Shepherd. There's no signal from the umpire. And I think he has been bowled, trying to cut one too close to him.
Yeah, umpire will not have to signal that, because if you look at that, you see the bail is dislodged. Just the bail being clipped. As Shepherd trying to cut the ball that was too close to him. And once again, against this opposition, just going for a single. And now, 183 for the loss of 8 wickets, with just Pestano and Pramal to come. Harpy Eagles need to be very careful of not being bowled out before their 50 overs.
Unfortunate loss there for the Harpy Eagles, as Veerasamy Permaul comes out at the number 10 position. And I think you mentioned Shepherd only scored 1 of the Windward Islands Volcanoes in the previous match, and he maintains that with another 1 here.
Not sure what's happening with Clinton Pestano, but Veerasamy Permaul is the new batter, batting at number 10. You know, Pestano, they all have pretty much the same ability, but Pestano has the ability to hit the ball a bit further. So he's not at the crease, so it's going to be Veerasamy Permaul who joins Sinclair. Sinclair is going good on 31, but need some assistance to get the Harpy Eagles past that 250. Notice I went to 300, then 265, now looking at 250.
And certainly these two will be hoping to last out the balance of the 10 overs left. And that's the end of a wicket taking over for Kavim Hodge. Big wicket there of Romario Shepherd. At the end of 41, Guyana Harpy Eagles won 83 for 8.
So after that opening stand of 93 between Chanderpaul and Bramble, no other partnership of significance. They got 31 for the 6th wicket between Hetmyer and Sinclair, but nothing really to write home about.
Preston McSween will bowl his 10th and final over. Kevin Sinclair with a really good knock here lower down in the order, 31 or 51. Lovely drive to the cover region, and that will run away to the boundary for 4. Wonderful shot all along the turf there by Kevin Sinclair. Stroked that beautifully through the extra cover region, and he is certainly fighting a lone hand here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
We were just praising Johnson Charles for saving lots of runs, sweeping. This time that was well hit. He had no chance in cutting that one off. 4 runs.
Lovely sound off the bat for that one, a lovely thunk. And this one, Sinclair is playing this one sedately up the cover region. There's no run.
So like I was saying, we will not mind the Harpy Eagles if Sinclair bats the way he's batting, because he's getting runs. But at the other end, we want to have a partner as well who's going to support him and also contribute.
Sinclair certainly 35 or 53. After marshal the little bit of the low order he has, this one he gets a delivery that he's able to get into the leg side and get a single there. Backward square leg comes around and does the fielding. Sinclair rehearsing maybe a violent swoop shot that he should have pulled off there.
Yeah,
Veerasammy Permaul with 3 deliveries to face against Preston McSween.
Yeah, Sinclair very animated. That's his style.
John Ramsing pulling up Sinclair's stats. He'll give you all the figures after this delivery. A wide delivery that Permaul was flirting with there.
I was also looking at the number of extras given away by the Volcanoes. Just 3 on the board. So that is commendable as well. Yeah, Sinclair did know this 23rd List A match. He started with the emerging players and won a title in 2019. With the emerging players, just 22 years of age, so lots of time on his hand, already playing white ball cricket for the West Indies.
Certainly a good player here. Permaul gets this one, that a delivery that he can only stay at a point, a faster delivery that came up on him.
It was earlier this year while making his debut in one of the internationals that his grandfather, who he grew up with, Kevin Sinclair, he was at Kensington Oval playing his first match. Grandfather left his home to go watch his grandson play. He was at a public space. His house went up in flames.
Oh dear.
And he said, forget about that. That's the past. My grandson is the future. He did not go until the game was over.
That's when you love your cricket. And Permaul will get off the mark with this one. Turned into the leg side, forward of square. And McSween will end with 2 for 46 off 10 overs. Permaul has 1, Sinclair 36, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles 189 for 8 after 42.
Not a bad day at the office for McSween. Started bowling very well and had to really be contented with the flashing blade of Chanderpaul and Bramble when they were in full flight. To finish with 2 for 46 from 10 is a good return. So that's the end of 42, like you said, 189 for 8.
A lovely shot of a Windward Islands Volcanoes 12th man there off the boundary's edge. As John Ramsing vacates his position, and we welcome Mr. Vinod Mamchan to the commentary position. Kavem Hodge to Sinclair, to Permaul actually, and that one is pushed into the cover region, and there is no run. Salutations, Mr. Mamchan.
Well, good afternoon, Andrew. Good afternoon to John as well, and you two have really been working very hard. John, known for his hard work, and I see you have joined him. That's a wicket. Well, looking to flash off the back foot, that one just turning slightly away from him, and Kavem Hodge yells in celebration again. 189 for 8, the Harpy Eagles.
That's actually 189 for 9, and that's the end of Veerasammy Permaul. Second wicket for Kavem Hodge. 2 big wickets for him here as we look at the replay here. Just flashing at one too close outside the off stump.
He would have been better served coming forward. He went back to a delivery that was not that short and looking to drive off the back foot. Look at it. He could have easily come forward, looking to play through the offside. Permal, who is no slouch with the bat, one would have expected better from him. With still 7 overs and a bit to go, that's a lot of balls, Andrew.
Yeah, most definitely here. And the number 11 with the number 12 on his back, Clinton Pestano, walks out to join Kevin Sinclair. Kevin Sinclair playing a good hand, middle order hand here. He batted quite well with Shimron Hetmyer and stuck around despite the loss of Hetmyer and consequent wickets to fall afterwards. John Ramsing said that Guyana Harpy Eagles bat all the way down to number 11, but it seems that they hopefully they can make it up to the 50 over mark.
Well, Pestano, he is not going to give his hand away.
And Kavem Hodge will settle in now after having taken 2 wickets, 2 for 8 and 2.2 deliveries. He bowled Romario Shepherd, which is of course the big scalp here. Let's see what he can do against Clinton Pestano. And Pestano is forward to this one and just playing it off to the short extra cover region. There is no run. Full delivery and Pestano is able to push this one past the bowler. But the fielder coming around, Sunil Ambris at a short mid-on position, backs up his bowler and there is no run. So Kavem Hodge doing the damage here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes late on in the game, taking 2 wickets, including the big scalp of Romario Shepherd. Comes in again and has Pestano digging down to this one and gets into the square leg region for a single, and he's off the mark.
Well, that one came on with the arm. Kept a bit low as well, which will interest the Guyana camp. Guyana have quality spinners. Well, at the moment they're on the back foot, 190 for 9, but you would want to see runs on the board or runs on the board on a track that is not really ideal for batting. The ball is not going to come on as you like. Driving, gone. So look at Hodge. Celebrations reminiscent of Imran Tahir running around the ground. And that's the end of the Harpy Eagles innings at 190. And Kavem Hodge, 3 for 9.
But Sinclair, of course, with the last man in, had a flash of this one, and it was a good diving catch forward by that fielder at the short third man region. Excellent catch there. And Hodge with the golden arm. He normally bowls a little bit early in the innings, but he comes in late today now, and he's taken 3 wickets for 9 runs in 2.5 deliveries. So an excellent return here by the Windward Island Volcanoes, because I'll let you know, Vinod Mamchan, that the opening pair for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, Anthony Bramble and Tejanarayan Chandapol, put on 93 before the first drinks break, and after the Windward Islands Volcanoes started with Justin Greaves taking 4 wickets and really plucking out that the 2 opening batters and then working his way into the middle order.
It meant that Guyana lost all 10 wickets for just 97 runs, and what a comeback there from the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and they're having a word, as you can see out there. Will be going in. I think they will enjoy their dinner this afternoon and look to come back and see if they can overhaul that target. 190 though. Guyana is still in this game. From what I have seen of this track, I tell you, and given the Guyana spin bowling resources, I think they're still in this game. You look at the scorecard. Chandapol 30 of 49. Bramble, he was in a hurry. He got 60 of 58, but as you said earlier on, Greaves removing both of them that opened up the middle order. Imlak got only 8 today, Johnson 7, Hetmyer, he played well, close to a runner ball 37. Shufian Rutherford, he got 4. Kevin Sinclair towards the end, 36 of 56. Moti Kanhai, he got 2. I think he just goes by Moti these days. Mario Shepard won, Permal won 190 after 43 overs. So, a good comeback. Again, the Harpy Eagles getting a good start at the top, but the middle order failing. Preston McSween, 2 for 46 in his 10 over quarter. And John had 1 for 32. Gidemba, 5 overs, none for 24. Greaves, 8 overs, 4 for 39. Larry Edwards bowled his 10 for 40. He was economical. And Kavim Hodge take nothing away from the left-arm orthodox spinner, coming in and bowling really well in his 3 overs, taking 3 for 9. So 190 all out. That's the situation here at the Brown Cricket Academy. We break for a well-deserved dinner, as Andrew and John will have a chance to take a break. We take a short break. We'll be right back. Well, welcome back as we continue coverage of this regional Super 50 match. And at the moment, the Guyana Harpy Eagles will be looking to defend 190 against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And at the top of the order will be Johnson Charles, who would have been with the West Indies team in Australia. Back a bit early, and he's in the Volcanoes lineup. Greaves taking 4 wickets to put Guyana under pressure. As I say, good evening to a very good friend of mine, a man who is always in Trinidad. I'm questioning whether he has moved across, but these days everyone seems to be moving towards Guyana. Good afternoon, John. How are you?
Hello, good evening, Vinod. I'm very good. We have a chase on our hands here. May very well see the Windwards with this batting lineup they possess, trying to get here very quickly. And if they go too hard too early, may lose some wickets early, bring the Guyana Harpy Eagles back into this game. It's not yet over.
Well, Guyana will, knowing these guys, they never give up. The Guyanese are known for that. They will fight. And of course, they have, in my estimation, a very good captain in Leon Johnson. Once again, good evening to all our viewers logged on and looking at this match, especially those in Guyana and those in the Windward Islands. Here we go. And delivery shaping away, but short, and you can see there Johnson Charles looking to go hard early.
He's going to play his natural self, Johnson Charles, but there was Romari Shepherd with that away movement that we have known he can do. So see, we want to bring Leon Johnson the slip in play. There's a short third, and a ring of fielders on the offside as well.
2 straight, worked away. Through vacant mid wicket. It should get 2 here. So Guyana, as John was alluding to, will need to get early breakthroughs.
It's not a big ask. 3.82 runs per over at the start of the innings. But if they lose wickets early, they can set them back.
Oh, beautiful delivery. It's gone, is it?
Caught behind.
Yes, he is. A beautiful delivery there by Shepherd. Just what the doctor ordered. It pitched and moved away. And there was Johnson Charles in no man's land. Caught behind. Great breakthrough for Guyana.
Yeah, wonderful bowling from Romario Shepherd. Extra pace, and that resulted in an extra bounce. There was Johnson Charles, half committed to the front foot, and then edge found, had no way Bramble was going to drop that.
Yeah, he was caught in no man's land, neither forward nor back, just pushing at it. And a good wicket to get there for the Harpy Eagles. Now this is going to be a very interesting period of play. So the 2 for 1, Guyana has done what is required in the situation, which is to get an early wicket. I think they'll want another one pretty soon as well. Kareem Hodge, who grabbed 3 for 9, now comes in at that pivotal number 3 position. And he joins the informed Atenes.
Well, they're the informed pair, actually, for the Volcanoes. Hodge got 100 on his belt this season. Atenes has consecutive hundreds, 133 against his very attack. Followed up with 140 against CCC. Just managed to get 2 in the last game he played against the Red Force.
Well, the Eagles will know that if they can get rid of these 2, they'll be right in the business. Hey, Shepherd, can he produce another beauty? It's back of a length, the informed Hodge, getting right behind it. So the current run rate is just 3. The required rate 3.83. That's out of the contest. That's out of of the question. And if Windwards at the bat through, they're going to win. So Guyana knows that they must bowl them out in order to win this clash. So forget about the run rate at the moment. Another very good delivery.
So Johnson now on the attack with the extra slip in play now. Himself and Chairman Hetmyer first and second slips. Kavim Hod got 43 at the Oval when they batted to get to 296 against this attack. When Athena's got at 132. It was Charles as well at the start of the innings with 64 that held it together initially.
Bit of a mixed bag the first over, but Shepherd being able to strike. End of one, they're 2 for 1.
Look out to our right, Vinod. We've seen a beautiful sunset here tonight, here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
It's a lovely, lovely evening.
It is.
Very picturesque. I think I should look for my phone, John, and take a photo of that.
We must capture the moment. We're not seeing it on your monitors because we have the better view at the moment. It's really nice looking out. That way is towards the San Fernando area.
Yes, that's across where the San Fernando Hill is located. Are you familiar with San Fernando, John?
Familiar might be a harsh word. I know of it.
Man from Kitty Carville.
Hey!
So it's going to be Pestano to take up the attack now from the Gasparilla end. John, tell us a bit about Pestano.
Clinton Pestano started his cricket at youth level, of course. Look, we're seeing that beautiful sunset there now on monitor.
Yeah, that is what John was speaking about just now.
Quite a nice. When I used to go to school, we had primary colors. I'll not attempt to say what color is that, but it's beautiful.
It's really beautiful down here in South. And we have a good game on our hands here. Down the leg side, clip for 4. Pestano starting 2 straight.
Yeah, not a good start from Clinton Pestano, the Barbician. String and allowed the batter to get off the mark as well. Alec Atenay is the man in form. Needs to be a much tighter. We've got to attack the off stump. Try to be aiming for that 4th, 5th stump line. There's a slip and a gully now in play. Very much capable of doing it.
You can see Pestano looking to pitch the ball up, looking to get it to swing. He knows that Guyana needs to take wickets.
Yeah, I was saying Pestano from Berbice. Played his cricket at the Rose Town Youth and Sports Club.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A little bit of a late bloomer, you may want to say, because at the age of 30 years now, started playing at this level 2018. Worked hard to get into the national side at the senior level as an all-rounder. Very much known for his batting as well.
Edge and gone! Pestano strikes, and they're jumping in Georgetown as the Windward Islands, they've lost their 2nd wicket.
That's a big wicket. Alec Atenay is the man in form, and he got off the mark with a boundary as well. So he could have been taking his team home to victory, but Pestano, short ball, moving away from the left-hander, trying to bring the slip and gully in play, and there's Atenay following it and guiding it into the gloves of Bramble, who took it nice and comfortable. Atenay is gone for 4, 6 for 2.
Well, a bit of a nothing shot there from Atenay because the ball did not seem away from it. It was basically one of those deliveries that was angled across the left-hander. Two slips in position, yet he was trying to get the ball down to third man. And I think he would have been better served with no pressure in terms of required run rate. He would have been better served leaving that one alone. So 6 for 2. Bramble, the man who top scored for the Harpy Eagles, clutching that catch. Sunil Ambris, the former West Indies, or should I say, I shouldn't say former, he did play for the West Indies though, at the 2019 World Cup. In England, Sunil Ambris.
And a Vincentian with a lot of experience, Ambris. Coming to the middle.
So Guyana getting a wicket from both openers in their opening overs.
The last game against the CCC right here, Shepherd and Pestana used the new ball very good. Kept things tight, picked up the early wickets as well. It was quite different than what we saw in the previous two matches in terms of the bowling attack. They started with spin against the Volcanoes at Queen's Park Oval. And then the first game against the Red Force here, they started with spin again. But now giving the seamers the opportunity to use his hard new ball on a good track. Two steps in play again.
Back cutting and cutting well for 4. Short and wide there by Pestano.
That one sat up nicely. Ambris, you mentioned, played for the West Indies. He has that international experience under his belt. Will be very much thankful that he get that delivery to get off the mark. It was too wide, too short. And with a ring of fielders in the offside, all in the ring, saving one, no one protecting the boundary. It had 4 written all over it.
Well, that was a dangerous shot. I'll tell you why. He was playing right across that front pad. Pestano threw his hands in the air because he knew that had he missed that, he would have been a corner. End of 2. The Windward Islands are 10 for 2.
Another successful over coming to an end. Pestano can be very deceptive with his pace. That one, like you mentioned, playing around his front pad. Had he missed that, Ambris could have been given leg before, or might have even beaten through the gates. So the run chase has begun. 10 for 2. This is over number 3 now. Good defensive technique being shown by Kavim Hodge. Hodge will have to take over the responsibility of shepherding his side to victory. If they do, it will be their 3rd victory in 4 matches. If they don't, and they give the Guyana Harpy Eagles a victory, it will be their 3rd in 4 matches. Beaten, shaping to go through the offside, missed it. Ball came back in. Almost took the inner part of the bat, could have easily been played on or got the inside edge to the keeper. Got to be very careful here. The ball is moving around. Shepherd is getting his ball to do a little bit. On the attack is Johnson. He's at first slip. Hetmyer next to him at second. They go down along with Bramble. Forcing the batsman to play. That's good bowling from Romario Shepherd. Constantly asking questions of these batters. The target is not a big one. 191 from 50 overs. You need to start with a little bit of a partnership.
So here he is now. Going down the leg side, no doubt there, John. Guyana with a good start.
Defending a small total need early wickets, and they've done that. So they've given themselves the opportunity of coming back into the game. The Harpy Eagles by picking up 2 quick wickets. And it's 2 dangerous batters they have gotten as well. Johnson, Charles and Alec Atenays. They put on 119 for the first wicket in the opening game. And then along with Atenays, Hodge, who's still at the crease, put on 127 for the second wicket. Andre Fletcher, the captain, still to come.
Oh, nice wristy shot, not risky. And you can see Ambris is clipping it around the corner. If you were the Windward Islands batsman out there, John, what would have been your approach?
Try not to get out. Once you bat 50 overs, you will get this target. Bad balls will come. You'll be able to get the odd boundary. Look at the equation: 179 from 283.
You and I can get that.
Anyone can do it.
With balls to spare. Good delivery, right on spot.
And they must be respectful to those good deliveries indeed.
End of the over, the end of 3, 12 for 2. So a lovely evening here at the Bramble Cricket Academy. And these evenings are pretty cool as we approach the Christmas period.
It's San Fernando week as well.
Yes, it is.
And it was launched recently with a concert with David Rudder.
That concert was broadcast live by 360 TV.
Yeah, I was following.
I didn't see you though, John.
I was following on the link.
Well, this Saturday I'll take you to Pan. San Fernando Pan.
Panorama was launched as well. We had a cancer event a few days ago right here. I'd love to go to a Parang as well. It's Parang season, you know, Vinod.
Yeah, it is. But this Saturday at 9 p.m. you have in San Fernando Pan on the Coffee. Bands like Skiffle Bunch will be belting out their tunes. Hodge gets a very wide delivery that he leaves alone. He says not too many people coming out to the matches that Trinidad and Tobago is not involved in.
And Monday is a working day as well.
It should be.
Should be.
Pesano. Guiding it down to short third man. Pumal. How big of a role Pumal has here in this defense?
The seamers will try to pick up as many as possible, trying to get the ball to get a bit wear and tear before handing it over to the spinners, Pumal, Sinclair and Moti. So once the ball goes into their hands, they'll be very much trying to do the same thing, containing, building pressure and picking up wickets, and Pumal is known for that as well. So once he gets that ball, that will be the modus operandi. Try to keep it tight to create the pressure to get wickets.
Four runs. Well, the fielder running across, he might get it. Yes, he does. Initially, I thought that would have sped away. So it's going down the leg side. Is there a signal from the umpire? None forthcoming. So runs there to Hodge.
2 runs to Hodge. And he's off the mark. Took some 9 balls before getting off the mark, but he got a gift. Ball that was down the leg side. It's got a little bit of bat onto it. But good work from Shepherd at fine leg. That had 4 written all over it. Shepherd had other ideas, and that can lift the bowling side as well.
And you can see Pestano, that was a bit too straight, but he's looking to pitch the ball up, looking to get it to swing away from the little right-hander, with Hetmyer and Johnson waiting to take anything that comes their way. Is it Hetmyer or Hetmyer?
Hetmyer.
Well, I've heard some people call him Hetmyer, so I said that, I'll have to ask the mayor of Georgetown to explain that and give me the right answer. So we go with Hetmyer. John Ramsing says so.
So we saw the other game of the zone being ended in a no result today.
Well, I'm a bit puzzled because normally after 15 overs you do get a result.
20.
It's 20. Oh. So, I was told that it took all of 35 minutes for 3 overs to be bowled.
Yeah, we were here and we were told that the game has resumed. I checked the score, didn't get an impression because things were moving such at a slow pace. 4 gone, 15 for the loss of 2.
So 176 to get. It's all about occupying the crease, building partnerships now.
Yeah, the bowling is on top, so Hodge and Ambris will just have to weather the storm. You'll get some gifts like down the leg side. You want to take advantage of that. But this no result has certainly opened this zone wider. Because at the start of round 4 of this zone, so to speak, 3 teams were tied on 8, with just net run rate separating Red Force, Volcanoes, and the Harpy Eagles.
Cutting very close to the off stump. Ambris has to be careful here.
So one of these teams could definitely go ahead of the Red Force. And remember, only 2 will be coming out of the zone to go to the semi-finals next week, Wednesday and Thursday. It's important that these teams look at that other game's result. Go for a win. 2 games after tonight for all the sides.
I want to think that the next game between Guyana and Trinidad will be a big one. No, it's always a big one, but I think it's going to be bigger.
Yeah, that's going to be a day match Wednesday coming at the Queen's Park Oval. 9 a.m. start. But weather permitting as well. Because the weather is certainly around. You saw what happened in St. Lucia recently.
So, Shepherd has hit a spot, so to speak.
Yeah, that's why Hodge and Ambris got to be very watchful. He's getting good support from his captain. Ring of fielders on the offside, 2 slips, fine leg, and third man back on the boundary. Those are the 2 fielders out of the 30-yard circle for this phase of the game.
Got away. So all to play for these 2 teams. The Windwards would need a big partnership here.
The partnership of the match was that opening stand between Chanderpaul and Bramble, 93. Second best being 31 between Sinclair and Hetmyer. Quick single.
Well, that's one way to do it. Ambris is pretty quick between the sticks. And in the absence of boundaries, they're looking to just rotate the strike, keep the scoreboard ticking.
Yeah, Pomor was on his heels as that ball was being played down towards mid-on. So it took a little while getting to it.
Shepherd has really been good. His 3 overs, 1 for 6. It's the end of 5. And Guyana fighting back nicely here. The Windwards are 18 for 2. And let me welcome back my good friend Andrew Chan. No relation, as John is saying, to Jackie Chan. And I said Andrew Chan, not to be confused with Andrew Mason.
Certainly Chan and Mr. Mam Chan in the hot seats here. Pleasant night at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The sun has gone down completely. It's dark all around.
And in a good position.
I would say it's Guyana in a very strong position at the moment. Yeah, the Windwards don't have too much of a stiff total, so they just need to consolidate here with Hodge and Ambris.
Yeah, but their batting, their tail is a bit long, and that's the issue. Just pushing and running. Ambris, with all his experience, has to come to the party.
Kavim Hodge has been a very good player for the Windward Islands throughout this tournament. Of course, he and Athene started very, very strongly in terms of the runs, and Hodge has continued in a good vein. But as I was mentioning to John Ramsing earlier today on commentary, it seems that Guyana peaking at the right time while Windward Island just losing a little bit of momentum. A good cricket here, just forcing a single there, Kavim Hodge.
Well, they've done that well. It's looking to get the quick singles, keep the scoreboard ticking. They don't want to get bogged down at one end. And, just proper batting will take them there.
Yeah, definitely. That's all that's needed. Sensible cricket, sensible batting. Certainly the conversation that they would be having mid-pitch right now. Again, another single here down to square on the onside, on the offside that should be. But certainly the Guyana Harpy Eagles' tails would be up and their talons would be sinking into the Windward Islands volcanoes at this point, despite having a low total on the board. Nice flick there by Hodge, but unfortunately no run in mid-wicket.
Yep, finds Chandapal. So keeping things tight. That's one way to build pressure that will lead to injudicious shots that will lead to wickets. At the moment, I think that 190, and I said it at the break, that 190 represents a lot more than it really is, given the conditions and the strength of the opposition, especially their bowling resources, their slow bowling resources. Slow delivery.
Well, certainly the pacers are doing the job for the Harpy Eagles at the moment, and yes, of course, their spin resources are as rich as their natural resources. Gold and bauxite and aluminum in the form of Veerasamy Pamal and Gudakesh Moti. No Kanhai, as John Ramsing reliably informed me. And then, of course, the batter bowler, Kevin Sinclair. Good all-rounders. Pestano with his cane rose will run in again. Good full delivery outside the line of the off stump.
Not bad at all. One thing that he has done well here, he has pitched the ball up. He's looking to attack. Hasn't really bowled the short stuff. He knows that there's no future in really bowling short stuff on this track. and he has really done well. His 3 overs 15, he's gotten a breakthrough, and after 6 it's 22 for 2.
Yes, certainly. And again, you're quite right in terms of the pace bowlers pitching the ball up, because I think the Windward Islands Volcanoes bowlers, they bowled a little bit too short towards Bramble and Tajanara and Chanderpaul, which is why they were able to get a 93-run partnership at the top of the order. So certainly the Guyana Harpies Eagles bowling, starting on the right line, starting on the right length, and asking the right question as Romario Shepherd continues.
Again, just back of a length, bowling those hard lengths, and it has kept Hodge quiet. He's faced 20 deliveries, but that's not the issue here. The fact is that he's still out there.
Well, I mean, the Windward Islands Volcanoes were certainly pegged back in the first 2 overs, because there was 2 wickets in those first 2 overs. So the consolidation effort by Hodge is really admired here, and he's showing his maturity and all-round skill.
Right, again, right on spot.
And of course, at this early stage of the game, Vinod, run rate isn't too much of an issue. The current run rate is 3.5. The required run rate 3.9. Of course, they won't want to get it up to 4.5, 5, or even above 5. But it's okay for now for the Windward for the Volcanoes.
Yeah, they've given themselves the luxury of, they soaking up a few balls. Cut away. Well set field. White man gets that. So they could afford to soak up a few deliveries, respect the good ones, because as you were saying before, it's not really, the required rate is not one that is a big ask. And Ramsing was saying early on, once you bat the 50 overs out, you're going to win.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, there's no imminent threat of rain.
And I think also as well to consider, Hodge and Ambris are very good at working the ball around. So when the field spreads a little bit more, and they will get opportunities for the singles with acreages everywhere.
Short and wide, not really timing it.
Probably going a little bit too hard at that one, Hodge. A little bit of short and wide, and his eyes lit up, and he was hoping to spank that through the cover region.
Playing too early. The ball jamming into the turf, so to speak.
Certainly Romario Shepherd with those broad shoulders and his action would definitely slam into the turf a little bit more. Deceptive in that sense, Romario Shepherd.
Cutting just past Hetmyer. Dangerous shot indeed from Ambris.
I don't know if you heard that ooh from John Ramsing, but it certainly added an element of excitement to that shot there.
Well, I did hear that. As you can see, it was too close to cut. Gets away and lives to fight another day. Yes, I did hear that. Ooh, and coming from Ramsing. I actually saw him in the motion looking to take the catch. All the way up here in the press box. Slow delivery, but too straight. Unlucky. The one fielder at mid-wicket he finds. And it's the end of the over. At the end of 7. The Volcanoes are 24 for 2.
So certainly the Guyana Harpy Eagles doing a good job in starting to defend that total of 190. But of course the equation is still in favour of the Windward Islands Volcanoes, despite having lost 2 early wickets. Johnson Charles really hasn't set this tournament alight, despite the fact that we know he's very capable of it. And Alec Athenaeus, who started off with 2 centuries back-to-back and then has fallen very cheaply in his last 2 games, just 2 and 4 from the 2 Windward Islands Volcanoes openers. Kavem Hodge 6 of 23 and Sunil Ambris 11 of 12, starting the consolidation job here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And Pistano will continue from the northern end.
The 2 slips settling and waiting. Yes, Pistano. Again, Ambris playing around that front pad. That's a dangerous shot. He gets 2 into that vacant mid-wicket area.
Certainly a dangerous shot, and it was also a bit uppishly as well. So unfortunately, the fielder at mid-on didn't come into play.
Well,
But then,
then plug that gap. Hetmyer himself comes out. I say goodnight to Rishi Singh, who's supporting Guyana all the way in St. Martin. Very good cricket coach. He was actually the assistant coach of the Leeward Islands on the 19 team, on the 15 team. And there's a lot of good work in St. Martin, helping to build cricket there with his good friend Maksud from Najiko's fame.
are they building it on the French side or the Dutch side?
It's actually on the Dutch side. I've been there a couple of times covering cricket. It's actually on the Dutch side. And the funny thing, Andrew, is that the ground is privately owned. The land is privately owned. It's actually, the ground is behind someone's property. And they've kindly consented to allow the St. Martin national team and all representative teams coming out of that part of the Caribbean to play there. Trinidad and Tobago did play a first-class game there when Brian Lara was making a comeback, and I think it was Lionel Baker, who broke his arm. Driving.
Flicked beautifully all along the turf there by Ambris, just in front of square, and all along the turf, all along the boundary, all along the grass for 4.
Yeah, over pitch there from Pestano. He has been looking to pitch the ball up. Just clipping it away nicely, efficiently. So
And that was a genuine clip off the legs, Vinod Mamchan, as opposed to him playing around the pads, as you had mentioned
yes,
earlier
but
today.
and all he did on that occasion is that he just played it a bit later. He allowed the ball to come onto him. He got inside the line and was able to play it nicely. So 32 for 2, and in a situation like this, it is advisable, Andrew, to set yourself small targets. And, both batters out there looking to probably get up to 50, then look to push to 75, get up to 100, and you set yourself small targets. All of a sudden, you look up at the scoreboard, you see 100 for 2, you see John Ramsing crying, and you're close to home.
Well, certainly, I think these two batters would want to get through that first power play, and then when the field restrictions are relaxed a little bit, and definitely see where they are at that stage. Because I think if they can get to 40 for 2, let's say 45 for 2 after the first 10 overs, that certainly gives you a platform to build on. After that, it's just your nudges and noodles all around the ground.
Ambris has shown his experience. He has called his experience into play. You can see the Ra Butler Highway. Patrons trying to get home after working on a Monday, Andrew.
Pleasant good night to all those commuters. Of course, they can listen to the live radio via the YouTube channel, Windies Cricket YouTube channel.
Definitely. And, speaking about that, I want to say good night to Inderjeet Prasad from Guyana. Of course, very good commentator, very dear friend of John Ramsing. I don't know if he would.
Who isn't a dear friend of John Ramsing?
I don't know if he would have a problem with me making that
I feel like
public information.
I feel like a dear friend of John Ramsing at this
John
point.
is a great guy, I haven't been to Guyana in the last couple of years, but when you touch down in Guyana, leave it to John.
Shepherd to continue.
Good delivery. Quietly pushed away. Hodge is doing the right thing here. He's supporting Ambris. And the run rate is 4. So they're above the required rate at the moment.
Well, just about.
Yes.
By the sliver of a finger, maybe.
The pint size, Kavim Hodge. And the burly, strapping and strong, number 48, Romario Shepherd.
Certainly an X-factor player for Guyana. Nice drive to the covers and bit of a iffy fielding effort there, you'd have to say.
Ever been to Ram Singh's neck of the woods, Andrew?
I have never been. I actually told him that, and I was talking to him about Shivnarine Chandapal Drive, and he was telling me it's all the way along to the presidential house. And I was saying Shivnarine Chandapal isn't known for his driving. It should have been Shivnarine Chandapal Cut.
And in Trinidad and Tobago, we have the Clifford Road Drive, we have the Sonny Ramadin turn to get into the National Cricket Centre.
Brian Lara gets his own academy and promenade.
Bad shot. Naughty shot there from Ambris. He has been trying that shot over and over and over again. That one was too close to cut. He's actually looking to cut that off the stumps. Look at this, Andrew.
He's certainly playing with an angle bat on this one, trying to guide it down to third man, but it's really not advisable with that first slip and third slip. Coming back in maybe a little bit there.
But it's too close to cut. And even if he cuts from there, he does not have the control or the power.
Yeah.
You have Hetmyer, who is at about a fourth slip. And then there's Moti in the gully, a deep gully at that. So I don't think there is much benefit in playing that shot.
Well, I think, it's a very good ploy here by Leon Johnson because he has the first slip. He has himself at first slip and then Hetmyer, as you mentioned, at the fourth slip. So it's probably a little tempter there because he knows that Ambris knows if he gets it fine off the pace of Shepherd, then third man, it could just beat third man at a very fine position. So a little double psychology here maybe by Leon Johnson.
The boy is a good captain. I tell you this, Andrew, I've looked at him over the years. I've always been impressed with his captaincy. Looking for that quick single, it's not there. Kind of on their toes here at the moment. They know that if they can get a further breakthrough here, they can get into that middle order.
Yes, certainly Leon Johnson, a very capable cricketer. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to make the jump up to international cricket. I remember meeting him, I think, when Dinesh Ramdin was captain. And the West Indies played New Zealand in Barbados, and I told him best of luck.
Yeah, I thought that he was a bit unfortunate. This is Hoyt away for 4, not in control, but again, an offside field is set for Shepherd. He was too straight on that occasion, and it was easy.
I don't think Ambris intended for this one to go in that direction. He was probably hoping to go a little bit straighter, but a thick inside edge and enough flow on the bat to get it over that into that cow corner region. And it's 34 for 2 after 9 overs. Windward Volcanoes going along quite well. They're just going along, I would have to say. I wouldn't say they're going along quite well or otherwise. They're just going along, plodding along.
These two, they're going along pretty good. They have gotten together. They're building a partnership. And we're going to see the first sign of spin in the form of the trusted Veerasamy Pomal.
Certainly a champion player, Veerasamy Pomal. I feel like he's been a little bit off this tournament. He hasn't been the wicket taker, the attacking bowler that we normally see from him.
Well, you want to start that tonight.
Certainly.
Just to back up a bit, Andrew, when we were speaking about Leon Johnson, I thought he was unfortunate. He was unlucky. I thought he performed pretty well as an opener for the West Indies, and after, I think it was, John might correct me on this, I think it was 2 half centuries in South Africa, didn't get a look in again.
Certainly, it's very unfair from him.
2 half centuries now, you'll play you'll be in for the next 2 years.
I'm sure Mr. John Ramsing will have a very, very interesting perspective on that one as well. I asked him about the curious case of Shimron Hetmyer. He had no input on that one. He might have more thoughts on Leon Johnson.
driving. And only Andrew Chan can ask those questions on air. It's going to be Permal.
Nicely cut away from Hodge, down to deep cover for a single.
So Permal has to call on all his experience here.
I am genuinely impressed by Kavem Hodge. I think he's an excellent player. He's very, very good with the ball, as we saw 3 for 9 earlier in the Guyana Harpy Eagles innings. And then to come in and bat at number 3, which of course is a very pivotal position in any batting lineup.
I'm sure that all of Guyana would like to see the back of him. Those who would have gathered around the television sets looking at the match. From all the way from Berbice, passing I-Flot into Georgetown. Well, George tells me it's on the other side. I normally visited the I-Flot cricket ground. Back in the day, youth cricket was played there. And John will let us know if that ground is still in existence. Just pushing this nicely away. I think I've been to beach 65, is it? 63. Well, I'm informed this evening. I think I need to go back to Guyana pretty soon.
Take me with you next time you're going, Mr. Mamchan.
Of course, I will inform Mr. Ramsey. So it's the end of the over, and you can continue your discussion with John Ramsey as he comes calling 36 for 2.
10 overs gone here. That's the end of the power play, and the Windward Islands having lost 2 wickets very, very early in the first 2 hours of the power play. 2 overs, that should be, not the first 2 hours of the power play. Certainly in the first few minutes of that power play, as John Ramsey slides back into position as smoothly as the wood is built up around Border Stadium. Pleasant good night, Mr. John Ramsey, and how are you enjoying your stay in Trinidad so far?
Hello, Andrew. And once again, it's really been a nice day in the Twin Island Republic. Everything has been in perfect order. Accommodation, meals, transportation. Cricket has been good. The weather has been a bit iffy, but you can live with it. Cricket has been played still.
Yeah, most definitely. Unfortunately, the rain put an end to that game at the Queen's Park Oval between the Red Force and combined campuses and colleges. However, a game was constituted, and I'm sure that I couldn't confirm the final score, but it's certainly Red Force were in the ascendancy before the rains came down.
It actually ended in a no result. 18.5 overs were bowled in the second innings when the Trinidad and Tobago side were batting. 97 for 1.
The no result there, unfortunately. That's 2 no result games in a row, because I think Jamaica and Barbados, I believe it were, ended up as a no result.
Yep, so it means now that the Volcanoes and the Harpy Eagles have the opportunity to go ahead of Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force, and to extend the lead over the other side. Only 2 will be allowed to go to the semi-finals from this group, as Moti starts a new spell in the air immediately. How is that? Big appeal! Umpire Jonathan Blades indicating it came off the tie pad.
Yeah. Immediately Moti bringing some excitement here to the lineup. To his credit, he didn't really appeal that much. Moti just rubbed his hands on the pitch and getting some dust on his hands. Sunil Ambris and Kavem Hodge employing the caps now with 2 spinners in operation. Here's Moti again. Beaten all ends up there. Sunil Ambris touching down his Moti on that off stump and then turning away. And Ambris was fending at that one. A fencer would have been proud of him, but his batting coach would certainly not have been proud of with him.
Good bowling from Gurikesh Moti in his very first over, causing some troubles.
This one turned down behind square on the leg side. The short fine leg will come around and pick it up, and they'll get 2 runs. Good fielding there by that number 12. That's Pestano putting in the dive and the slide.
But it was not enough to prevent the second. They wanted to have a change of batters on strike. But Ambris maintains strike.
That one is straight on, and there's an appeal for leg before. May have been drifting down leg. The umpire just signals, well, maybe that's 2 more for the over.
That's a good appeal from Gurukesh Moti. Well bowled, this straight pitching stump to stump.
Yeah, he's come on in leaps and bounds, Gurukesh Moti. This one played off, and Hodge was looking for the single there. Certainly nothing going. But he definitely seems to be a little bit to be asking more questions than Veerasamy Permaul, and that's what you expect from Veerasamy Permaul, and you haven't seen that through his tournament. This one is swept very well by Ambris, and that's 4 runs down to fine leg, down to deep square leg for 4.
Yeah, good shot to end over number 11. Moti, after asking some questions early in the over, released the pressure a little bit by going too much on the part of the batsman, and he swept it in the gap for 4.
You can see that one was already directed on the line of leg stump, and Ambris with a very clever little swivel there. So Ambris is really doing the brunt of the scoring here. 26 off 31. Kavem Hodge, a bit scratchy out there, 9 off 28, but he's still there, and that's the important thing.
They got together with a score on 6 for 2 in over number 2. So it's a rebuilding process at the moment. The main scoreboard is saying 45 for the loss of 2. We have 42.
I would say honours even at this early stage here, John Ramsing. Windwards progressing quite nicely after the loss of the 2 early wickets. A pleasant drive there by Kavem Hodge to get a single down to long off. So yes, certainly Guyana were in the ascendancy in the early overs here, but I think the Volcanoes with these 2 batters at the crease have just consolidated quite nicely.
With a small total to get, the Volcanoes can really think that they're ahead at the moment. But once they maintain these wickets, don't try to do anything too erratic to be able to get home easily. Another wicket or 2 can set the cat among the pigeons, however.
Ambris gets 1 and turns this forward of square into the leg side, and will get a single here. So they're doing the right things, you have to say, the Windward Islands Volcanoes batters. They're just picking off the bad deliveries, getting a single, getting runs where they can. They don't have to try anything too extravagant. That run rate is only 3.7. Their current run rate is already 4.1. So they're doing well in that regard. This one is pushed down to short, long on, mid on, and they will get a quick single there. The throw from Hetty, a little bit wild coming into Anthony Bramble.
Yeah, just a bit late in attacking that ball, Shimon Hetmyer, and allowed the single to be taken quite easily. So it's making it just a bit too easy now for the batters.
He dropped back to a conventional long on now, although not full
How's
on
that?
the boundary.
That could be very close. Umpire Taylor immediately says not out. And they're asking yet again, what did that miss? That was a very good shout for leg before from Veerasamy Permaul. That was a bit quicker. Bit online. Maybe doing too much according to the umpire.
Permaul still asking a question of the umpire. Maybe Ambris has got that front foot outside the line of the off stump. But certainly very adjacent on that call. Very excited with the Guyanese Harpy Eagles. Screeching for all they were worth. Last delivery of the 12th coming up. It's a nice drive square by Ambris, and they trot a single after a misfield at point there. And that will end the 12th. Windwards Volcanoes 46 for 2 after losing 2 early wickets.
And over there in which Permaul asked a very important question of the umpire. How was that? Trying to get Ambris's wicket. Umpire judged that it was not out. Are you still seeing a discussion with umpire Chris Taylor? Now Bramble asking him, what did that miss ups? Last ball of the over, an easy single was taken. Rutherford misfielding and allowing the single. So they're not necessarily helping themselves as well. Guyana Harpy Eagles, they need to maintain the pressure by doing some good fielding.
Certainly the Harpy Eagles will be hoping to bring a level of intensity to their fielding. 145 and 228 deliveries. That's all the Windward Islands Volcanoes need for a big win in this tournament. It certainly has been a very mixed tournament in the sense that no clear leaders have emerged, no clear teams have emerged. I don't think in either group there, and that's an edge. Good fielding there by Leon Johnson at slip. As the Volcanoes certainly started strongly here, and then they lost a bit of momentum, and then the Harpy Eagles didn't start as strongly, and now they're gaining a bit of momentum. And then Red Force have been there or thereabouts in terms of this group here. Moti really settling into a rhythm here. His first over he did ask some questions, and this over he's definitely a little bit tighter.
Teams will have to do some adjustments after this game.
This one is driven down to long off pleasantly by Ambris. They'll just get a single here.
The Red Force set back today with that no result. Will be for the setback when 3 of their players will have to jet off to Australia with that test side. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, they're not losing any of their players. While the Harpy Eagles will lose Jason Wright Chandapal, the opener. So a spot being created there. Or 3 spots created for the Red Force. With Joshua De Silva and the Seamers, Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip selected to that test side. So that's another ingredient thrown into this mix in Super 50.
Well, then, of course, I think that is a good chance as 13 overs have gone and the Windwards Volcanoes progressed to 47 for 2. It's 51 for 2 at the end of 13, so their 50 comes up. But certainly it gives the fringe players a chance to show up and shine here for sure. As we know, Shannon Gabriel has been working himself back into fitness and has been doing quite well for the Red Force, so he will still be around. So it'll be interesting to see who is drafted from the Red Force squad to fill up those gaps, and if they take their chances as well. You certainly expect maybe Brian Charles to come back into the attack, that spinner. Maybe offer a bit of variation to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force squad. Will Chandapal Hemraj be coming back into the Guyana squad? As Permal continues. Nice drive there. Half stopped by Permal.
Yeah, there we see
Hodge
again,
will get the single.
releasing the pressure by leaking an easy run there. Garvin Ned, the assistant coach, very vocal in sending out his message. Just want to have his team support each other.
Again, an easy push down to long off here for Ambris. Ambris has settled in quite nicely here, going on to 33 or 41.
To the bulk of the scoring. Doing the heavy lifting so far for the Volcanoes. Chandapal Hemraj, who you asked about, I was actually injured in the recent inter-county tournament. Small finger, his pinky finger was injured. Did not play the last 2 rounds of that inter-county tournament for Demerara. And did not make the Guyana side, was not included in the reserves either.
Would Shilpin Rutherford be considered as an opener?
So actually Tevin Imlach, who's done it before,
Okay.
can go up. Hetmyer started his career as an opening batsman. Can have a look in. Kemal Savory, who's yet to be used in this year's tournament, is on the bench.
Mm-hmm.
He can be used as well as an excellent opening option.
Okay.
And I haven't seen an official release. I haven't seen the official word as yet on the replacement for Tejan Chandapal. But when I look into the dugout, I'm seeing an extra player as the over comes to an end. 14 overs gone. 53 for the loss of 2.
After being pegged back early by the Harpy Eagles bowlers, the Windwards Volcanoes have progressed to 53 for 2. At the same stage, the Guyana Harpy Eagles were sitting pretty on their perch with Tejan Chandapal and Anthony Bramble going along swimmingly at 76 without loss. So certainly runs behind and wickets behind as well. But that won't concern the two men out in the middle too much, Sunil Ambris and Kevin Hodge, because we both know that if they bat deep into this innings, into the 25th, 30th, even 35th over, this game is all but over for the Harpy Eagles.
Moti starts a new over. He's operating around the wicket, trying to get Ambris's wicket, looking for that edge. Yeah, like I'm saying, looking into the Guyana Harpy Eagles dressing room, I've seen a new player. Haven't seen him in earlier matches.
This one is driven through the mid-wicket area and they'll come back for 2. That's good running. It went just outside the 30-yard circle and that fielder had a lot of ground to cover. Good to see that Leon Johnson still has himself that slip in place to give Moti that encouragement to get that drift and that spin away from the right-handed batters. Ambris is well equipped to cover that one.
Moti rushing the batters. It's not giving them a lot of time to settle in between deliveries. Johnson at slip, cheering his bowler on.
It's a nice drive up to long off. Gudakesh Moti has taken his chances at the international level when he has been offered those chances, certainly. Doing quite well in red ball cricket and white ball cricket on debut. He's certainly a fringe player. Although I feel like these spinners are sometimes a little bit short-changed, John Ramsing, and this one is driven nicely. A despairing dive by cover by Shimron Hetmyer, but still a single. And I look specifically at the case of Devendra Bishu. I thought did excellent for the West Indies. I mean, of course, he did have his certain injuries with his fingers and stuff, which is, of course, a hazard of the job for spinners, for sure. But I certainly think he was an excellent bowler and wasn't given the opportunities that he may have deserved.
Must say happy belated birthday to him. Celebrated his birthday only yesterday, Devendra Bishu.
Certainly another perspective here from John Ramsing. One delivery left in the 15th, and Ambris plays this up calmly into the cover region, and at the end of 15, the Windwards Volcanoes are 57 for 2.
Yeah, going about their job nicely, the Volcanoes. Quiet run rate is 3.8. Current run rate 3.8. So they're right on the money, the Volcanoes. Veerasammy Permaul coming now again. He's bowled 3 overs, wicketless. 8 runs conceded, very tight, very economical. But almost had a wicket with that leg before. We're looking to add to the wickets column.
Certainly, as I mentioned, I think he's been a bit scratchy. He's not been at 100% for this tournament, Permaul. But 3 overs for 8 runs certainly suggests something of a return to his normal control. And of course, he would definitely want to take a couple of wickets now here and get deeper into that Windward Island Volcanoes middle order. A little bit of a wide delivery, and it's stroked nicely out to deep cover for a single. Yeah.
Kevin Sinclair is the off-spinning option. Yet to be seen when he will be given his opportunity.
Big sweep here by Ambris. And another appeal for leg before.
This time you can see that one sliding down the leg side. Ambris got to be very careful here. He's been very watchful. What a
Beaten
beauty
outside the
of
line of the off stump. Beautiful flight and turn there from Permall. Certainly getting into his groove here, the champion spinner. This one down the leg side, however. Just paddled away. Bramble will trot off behind square.
Leg by signal by umpire Taylor.
Leg by.
He's a new head coach as well for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Title has eluded successful red ball captain, coach, Eson Crandon. So now Ryan Hercules, who was the deputy to Eson Crandon in the recent 4-day tournament, also deputy to Ryan Griffith in the T20s in the Caribbean Premier League, has now been promoted to head coach for the Harpy Eagles. So Ryan Hercules will be looking for, first of all, to get his team to the semi-finals, and then looking to get him into the final to win the title.
Last delivery of the 16th coming up, and a nice drive down there, half stop by Permall, but it will get down to long off for a single for Kavim Hodge, and at the end of 16, the Windward Islands have progressed to 60 for 2. Some comments from John Ramsing before Vinod Mamchan replaces yours truly.
There we go again in terms of Permall giving an easy single. The ball passed under his hand as he was diving. 2 years ago, that would have been easily stopped by the bowler. But not only that Permall is getting up in age, but also it's in the night. Falling asleep a little bit maybe. 16 overs gone. The drinks break will be coming up shortly. It was after that drinks break that was taken in the Guyana Harpy Eagles innings that things changed. Whatever the Volcanoes had to drink certainly worked for them. Moti starts a new over. Mamchan, you have your coffee.
Yeah, that's important there, John. So 60 for 2. Hodge is on 16, Ambris 36. And Moti has to produce something special here. We all know what he's capable of doing. Very good bowler, Gudakesh Moti. That Guyana badly needs a breakthrough now.
It's a 54-run partnership being forged already. Hodge and Ambris.
As they say, you add 2 wickets to the current score and you see the position that you could be in. That'll be 60 for 4. And the Guyana will be right back in it. So these two need to fight, Permall and Moti, but take nothing away from Hodge and Ambris. Fought well, 54 of 15 overs together. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Good punch. This look compact, Hodge.
Looking very solid again. Got 43, 104. So he's been around among the runs for the Volcanoes this season.
So whoever loses tonight here, they will then go under the winner of tonight's match, as well as Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yep. Over completed, 17 gone, 61 for 2.
TNT Red Force will feel hard done today by what transpired at the Oval. Remember, 2 teams, as John said earlier on commentary, 2 teams will leave this group and head to Antigua for the playoffs. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, the defending champions, and they've won the most number of titles in the 50 overs cricket in the Caribbean, and they're followed by Guyana.
Yeah.
So the water break isn't here officially yet. I'm getting the impression that John is depending on the water break.
So we're seeing the battles collecting their helmets because Sherfin Rutherford is going to be introduced into the attack. He has been adding some seam options, variety to this attack. We saw Pestano and Shepherd being used along with the 3 spinners. So after the opening burst between Bestano and Shepherd, really picked up a wicket each. Nothing since. So he's gone back to his seam, this time in the form of Rutherford. Rutherford actually is a bit nippy. Not getting a lot of overs. 5 overs in the match against the Red Force, 3 against the Volcanoes. I think it was 4 against the CCC. So just adding to the seam options, but not getting a long spell. He had to pick up a wicket as well.
Well, who knows? Tonight may well be his night.
Okay, he goes into the pitch.
Has to
At
be
hard
the-
lengths.
Yeah, has to be the man with the golden arm.
One of the spinning options that he would turn to sometimes is not here, in the form of Chandrapal Hemraj. He's injured.
Well, he was a big loss for this Guyana outfit in my estimation. Here's Shepherd.
Rutherford.
Sorry, Rutherford. Nice straight bat. Seems to be a trundler.
I was telling Andrew earlier about the replacement for Chandrapal as he go on to Australia with the test side. I haven't seen anything official coming from the Guyana Cricket Board. Haven't heard anything officially from the team management here on the ground as well. But I'm seeing a new player in and around the setup.
Who's that?
Akshay Prasad.
Oh,
Akshay, with experience at this level, played with the CCC when they won in 2018. Played 3 matches for the Harpy Eagles before this season. 2 half centuries under his belt, both for CCC. Left arm spinner as well, but perhaps one, maybe Imlak will move up the order. Savory, who's on the bench, may open. So you have some options. And if Akshay breaks into the 11, we'll be in the middle order. And we see that middle order now a little bit struggling with Hetmyer, Johnson, not in the best of forms. So Hetmyer moving from number 3 to number 5. Johnson moving from 4 down to 5.
well, that's always representative of a period when you're not in form. You tend to go down the order. And that number 3 position is so pivotal for any team. We've seen Hodge coming and make that position his own here with the Windwards.
The man just on your monitor. He's set to be the newest test player for the West Indies. Tejanari Chandrapal, and there's a buzz about it back home in Guyana. Lots of persons right here that I've interacted with speaking highly of Tejanari Chandrapal and his prospects as a test player.
Yeah, I think all Caribbean, I think everyone in the Caribbean would be very supportive of him because at the end of the day, it'll be a fantastic story if he can do get anywhere as close as to what his dad did, Shiv Chandrapal. And, you know, he has the temperament. We've seen that. And one hopes he can transfer that onto the big times. Australia is no easy place.
And his dad has moved up into coaching as well. He just won his first major title, the CPL, with the Jamaica Tallows.
Also did win the under-19
With the USA
regional-
girls, yeah.
Regional tournament with the USA girls. So Shiv has a very impressive record. Good first over by Rutherford, just the 2 runs. And it's 63 for 2.
Umpire Taylor summoned the drinks break, and the ground staff and the drinks are heading on. We'll head off for a break as well, Mam Chan. Have some coffee and come back with the action with the Volcanoes still requiring a further 128 runs to win. They have lots of time, 192 balls to get there. We'll be back in a short break.
coming up, sorry, but I don't know if Whisper doing that. And I don't know
That one is
driving beautifully did that go all the way? Let's wait on the umpire. One bounce into the boundary for 4. So that's 4 more. Takes the score down to 67 for 2.
that was too easy for Ambris. Well pitched up from Gurukesh Moti right after the drinks break. We see the drinks break helping the Volcanoes again, because after the drinks break, when the Guyana Harpy Eagles were batting, they got a flurry of wickets. This time they got a boundary very early.
Again, another quick single. That has been a feature of this partnership. So it's 68 for 2. Arch 18 and Ambris is on 42.
And the partnership has gone to 62 runs. So they're extending that. And it shows that they're controlling this game nicely. Volcanoes won their opening game against this very Harpy Eagle side. If they win this one, make a clean sweep over the Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, they have done well against Guyana. So 122 required, 189 balls. But I like the approach of both Hodge and Ambris. Ambris did play a few risky shots, but he seems to have settled now. Sensible batting, they're thinking on their feet, and they're playing situational cricket.
Yeah, making it look so easy now. Picking up the singles down to long off and long on. This time that was down to long on. Just working the V's, like you say. Tight defense.
Pleasantly played on the offside. And these two seem to be batting with very broad bats at the moment, John.
The first over after drinks completed, 19 overs gone, 71 for 2. The lights taking full effect here now at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The Volcanoes in full control. Harpy Eagles not going anywhere close to the Volcanoes. They can get burned from the lava.
And the Harpy Eagles, they really need something special. Someone has to pull something out of the hat here, John. Will it be Rutherford? Here he is. Well, not with deliveries like that. .72 for 2. This is a 20th over in progress.
Bold! You wanted something special, and that's what Rutherford is going to give you. Bold through the gates. Sterling Ambris was forward into defensive shot. Defense breached, and there he is, Bold by Rutherford. 72 now for 3 in over number 20.
Well, that's a big wicket. Retaking his guard just before the delivery was bowled. Well. On his way. So, could this be the opening that the Guyanese needed? Hodge is still there. And Andrew Fletcher is coming to bat now.
72 for 3, 66 run partnership for the third wicket. Very important partnership. Ambris bowled by Rutherford, 43. Just 55 deliveries he used. A lot of singles in his innings. Weathered the storm nicely. Having to dig his team out of trouble at 6 for 2. Captain Andre Fletcher, the new batter for the Volcanoes. Short of some runs this season.
Well, this is an ideal opportunity for him to spend some time out there. No pressure on him in terms of the run rate. So he can really look to spend some time out there and look to build some confidence. Let's see how Johnson approaches it now. Well, a slip goes in place. This is good. Putting pressure on the new batsman. Rutherford. Will he be the unlikely hero? This one jacks back. But on the front foot there was Fletcher.
Georgetown will come alive over the weekend with a softball tournament. Bowling underarm. The Prime Minister's T20 Softball Cup 6, the 6th edition.
6th edition. Well, the Prime Minister.
Chance for a run out. Does not lose that one.
I see your president is also playing cricket.
Yes,
Seems to like cricket.
Yeah, he's very busy. On and off the field. Yeah, Prime Minister's T20 Softball Cup is like the last leg in what is called like a triple crown of softball cricket. Starts in Florida in February, March, goes to New York, July, and ends in Guyana. Teams make their way to all three venues, trying to win titles. This year it will be 4 categories. The women making their debut at Prime Minister's T20 Softball Cup. 4 women's team and 26 male teams in 3 categories. Open, any age, over 40 and over 50. Softball, very competitive.
Yeah, I've seen softball cricket in New York.
Yeah.
Those guys on the arm and at tremendous speed.
Successful over coming to an end, 20 gone, 72 for a loss of 3.
I want to thank John Ramsing. He goes away to prepare his story for that softball tournament. And we welcome back Andrew Chan. Andrew, Guyana getting the breakthrough.
Yeah, definitely. It would seem that Volcanoes would certainly get in a foothold in this game here. And then Shirpay Rutherford, yet another valuable all-round in the Guyanese side. Doing the damage here, getting rid of the well-set Sunil Ambris. Unfortunate for Ambris that he didn't push on as Kanai continues. Moti, I should say. I was corrected by John Ramsing that the Kanai has been dropped and he's just Moti.
Yeah, he's just Moti now. Oh, that's a good delivery. Giving it some loop. Looking to invite a big shot.
I don't know if that was a shot of the night sky by one of our cameramen as we went black there. Briefly. Nice drive through the cover region by Hodge, and he'll come back for just a single here. Hetmyer throwing himself around there in the cover region. I would say it's certainly a very balanced game at this stage, Vinod. It could go either way. If the spinners can get some purchase here for Guyana under the lights, and if they settle into their work quite nicely as they have been doing so far.
He is gone! Well, Moti strikes and Guyana, they're right back into this contest. Fletcher stands and now he walks. Let's wait on the replay. Well,
chopped it on.
Yep. So Fletcher disappointed there. Moti strikes. It's now 73 for 4.
And that certainly is a big wicket here because we know what Andrew Fletcher is capable of. And he's gone without troubling the scorers as well. And that puts Cavim Hodge, who's been under extreme pressure since he came in. Hodge basically opened the batting here, 22 off 57, after the early loss of Johnson Charles. And John Ramsing comes back and is all hop, skip and jump.
Well, John Ramsing was actually on his way to the bathroom and decided to turn back. He got very excited.
Well,
Fletcher goes without scoring, and Guyana, they are right back in this contest.
yeah, most definitely Guyana. Now I would say in the ascendancy, I would say it was on as even before that wicket there. But to get Andrew Fletcher without scoring, that's a big fish to get. We know Justin Greaves, who's a new batter, is very capable as well. But as you mentioned, the Windward Islands Volcanoes have a very long tail. Will it wag today? We're not sure.
Well, Hodge is still there, and Greaves needs to give him that support. Greaves was the star with the ball, taking 4 wickets. And I dare say Guyana, they're right back here.
And you see Clinton Pistano having close words with Anthony Bramble behind the stumps as Justin Greaves takes his mark. Impressive from Moti, just Moti, no Kanhai. Bowled quite well. His first over was very interesting, even though he went for 6 runs, and ever since then he's really settled into his job, his work here. A lanky fellow with long fingers, which would help impart that extra spin on those deliveries. 2 slips in place here for Justin Greaves and Moti. Back to that one. He should have been forward maybe, but he still gets it out of the danger area. Moti does the fielding. 1 delivery left in the 21st over. Justin Greaves is back and he's cutting that one, pushing that one nicely into cover. And he'll get one to get off the mark. And at the end of 21 overs, the Windward Islands Volcanoes are 74 for 4. And all of a sudden, that total of 191 looks a little bit more stiff. Their current run rate has dropped to 3.52. And the required run rate has gone above 4, I think, for the first time in their innings. So certainly, the Guyanese middle overs bowlers really doing the good job here. Shervain Rutherford, we expect, will continue. He just bowled the 2 overs for 3 runs and that big wicket of Sunil Ambris, the set batter. He's a deceptive little medium pace, isn't he, Shervain Rutherford? I don't know if it's the fast action that gives him that little extra zip, maybe. The quick shoulders is not much of a run-up.
He's a nippy bowler. Back of a leg. The tall Greaves, just getting behind it. So what Hodge needs to do here is to start back, a restart with Greaves. Look to take the score up to about 100 from here. At this stage, the Guyanese were 105 for 2.
He certainly is faster than military medium, Shervain Rutherford. Full delivery.
Pitched up, and there's a loud appeal. That was going down the leg side. Hetmyer can't believe it. But from our vantage position here, it seemed as if it was going down the leg side.
Well, Hetmyer is a player we know wears his arms on his sleeve, and he was very, very vocal about that one. But you can see that one was clearly tealing down past the leg stump.
Yeah, that would have missed the 4th stump.
Hetmyer still has his arms on his head as he comes up to have a word with Justin Greaves about that one. Certainly for the umpire to hear. Bit of a smile, nevertheless, between the 2 competitors. It was certainly Rutherford doing the job here in the middle overs for Guyana. This one a little bit straighter, and he's able to steer that one through mid-wicket for a single. Is Hodge. I certainly think this will be a good competition here between Rutherford and Greaves. Let's see what happens. Lovely cover drive. Back foot cover drive. That will run close to the boundary. Three fielders converging on it. And the ball will win the race. Lovely back foot cover drive from Justin Greaves. And he gets 4 runs all along the carpet. Wonderful shot indeed. Stepping back to that one. Staying back. Little bit of width. Opening the face. Staring that through the cover region. Oh, pure timing there from Justin Greaves. The ball getting gold as it touches the boundary. Fielders coming in silver and bronze. Greaves, of course, a slightly taller batter than Kavim Hodge. So Shafeen Rutherford will have to adjust his line a little bit. And his length as well. Full delivery. Appeal again by Shafeen Rutherford.
Slipping down the leg side. John.
I think he's requesting those screws for his boot there. Last delivery of the 22nd over coming up. Windward Volcanoes 80 for 4. That's a full delivery, and that's well driven there. Hetmyer comes around at mid-on, gets the throw in, but it's an easy single at the end. 81 for 4 after 22, the Windwards Volcanoes, as Mr. John Ramsing slides back comfortably into the commentary position to join me. And I shall ask him, are the Harpy Eagles a well-known sight in Guyana?
Good evening once again. Harpy Eagles, very popular. Guyana, part of the Amazon. Harpy Eagles nest in the south of Guyana, in the deep jungle, and also in the north, which is very close to Trinidad and Tobago, mind you, in a place called Barimo Winey, region number 1. So they have nesting season, and when they do grow to full size, the wingspan probably as big as 10 feet.
Wow.
The claws are big. You can pick up big babies because they feed on monkeys and sloths and so on. Just fly, pick up, and that's it.
Certainly those talons of the birds of prey. Very, very impressive indeed.
You can look at
Not surprised that the Guyanese national cricket team is named after such a ferocious animal.
It's an impressive creature.
Permal to continue, and this one is pulled through cow corner. Lovely shot there. Good connection by Justin Greaves, opening up the face. 4 runs.
Yeah, that was too short again from Permal. Looking to maintain the pressure. But this time that was too short, releasing whatever pressure there was. No pressure at all on Greaves on that occasion.
Permal actually replacing Moti from the southern end of the ground. His first 4 overs that went for 14, he bowled from the northern end of the ground. A little bit of adjustment to him as well. And as we mentioned, Greaves is a bit of a taller batter as well, so his reach is a little bit more impressive. And following that pull shot through to cow corner, long on has gone back on the boundary. There's also a long off as well. Deep square leg. And a fielder deep cover as well. Better line, better length from Permal. Kept Greaves honest with that one, didn't he?
You're well bowled. And I think if he continues to bowl to Greaves for a long time, he will be able to get his wicket, because he's the type of player that reads batters very well.
A lovely cut shot there. Cover will come into play, come around there. And Greaves will get a single to bring the hard-working Hodge back on strike.
This is a very important innings from Kavim Hodge. Once again, holding it together for his side. Over the years, been very dependable for the Volcanoes.
This one he drives nicely down to long on. I certainly admire Kavim Hodge for appreciating the state of the game, John, and curbing his natural flowing instincts maybe. 23 or 58 as Greaves gets another single down to the square leg. He's certainly adapting to the pace of the game and what is required of him as a Windward Islands batter.
Former captain of the side, so lots of responsibilities. Looking to get into the seniors West Indies side.
It's an edge played softly down to slip. Good fielding there by Leon Johnson there at slip. And that will end the 23rd over. After 23 overs, the Windward Islands Volcanoes 88 for 4. Requiring 191 for victory.
Rutherford, who got a wicket in his very first over, be looking to maintain the pressure as well. 1 for 10 from 3. Pressure will cause the Windward Islands Volcanoes batters to do something out of the ordinary. May very well find them losing their wickets. 88 for the loss of 4.
Shivane Rutherford will resume action from the northern end. 3 overs, 1 for 10. Good return from him.
Very good. First wicket of the season. Bowls in all of the matches so far that the Harpy Eagles has played, but yet to pick up a wicket before today. Hoping that you'll be able to go on from strength to strength.
Here is Rutherford. Coming into Greaves. Tucked him up. A little bit straight, but no run.
Johnson using his bowlers very nicely so far.
Yeah, good to see you. Yeah. I'll give it a hug. No.
Mario Shepard, Clinton Pestano with the early breakthroughs with the new ball.
Again trying to turn this one into the leg side. Is this outfield at short mid wicket in the form of Veerasamy Permaul. And beyond him there's quite a bit of space because there's just a field at deep square leg. Greaves is trying to get that single and get it off strike. Required run rate 3.9, current run rate 3.8.
Oh,
lovely Yorker length delivery.
Beautiful delivery from Rutherford. Well bowled indeed, Andrew. And Rutherford started his career back home as a wicket keeper at Everest Cricket Club. Moved to DCC, Denmark Cricket Club, and developed as a nice all-rounder. That's where his game developed under his now assistant coach of Garvin Ned, who was a youth coach at that time. The former Guyana first class player, Garvin Ned, played some 11 matches in the mid-90s for Guyana.
I think he might be getting a little bit of late swing underneath these lights here, Shifin Rutherford. Because of course he's not extreme pace, he's a little bit above military medium, so it's a good speed at which to get that little bit of tail in, and certainly with that Yorker length delivery he got that tail in.
For CCC there's a guy named Amari Goodridge. Not express, but bowls a good line and good lengths. Asking the batters to play almost every ball. Short, pulled away, runs for the Volcanoes, at least 2. We'll get 2.
So certainly Rutherford would be well advised to pitch the ball up and see what swing he gets, because when he's short, he can certainly be taken for runs. Again, with Justin Greaves being a tall batter as well.
The
And he-
target is 101 run away because it's 191 to win. So it's clipped away nicely again. So Rutherford slanting onto the pad of the batter.
A little bit too full as well on that occasion. And at the end of 24, it's 91 for 4.
So 3 runs from the over. So exactly 100 runs away from victory now for the Volcanoes. They've lost the cream of their batting. The top 4 batters back in the hut already. Kavi Mudge holding it together. So the Harpy Eagles will think for the next 100 runs that they'll have to get. Still lots of time. The asking rate is still under 4 runs and over. If they can prize out 2 more quickly, they get into that lower order.
But certainly the vibe here at Brian Lara Cricket Academy is that this game could go either way. However, you look at it, John Ramsing. Another 2 wickets here, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles are certainly in the game. Especially if they get rid of either one of these. Greaves has looked dangerous since he's come in. Permal to continue. Back to that one. Just jamming the bat down in time and playing it back up to the bowler. Ian, coming on.
Chance for run out. There is Greaves. Where was he going? Play the ball just where Gully Fielder would be and set off for a single that was not on. Had to put on the brakes and come back. Permal.
Again, back to this one. Greaves standing up tall, however. He does have that advantage in that he's tall and he can get over the delivery. But he would still be advised to stretch maybe that front foot. Just get it out a little bit here. And this one he does get out a little bit as it was drifting down the leg side there by Permal. No run. Really, really settling into his work nicely. And none for 17 off 5.5 overs from Veerasamy Permal. A lovely drive down to long on here. Straight long on. Greaves will get a single. Currently, this partnership is worth just 20. Amazingly enough, John Ramsing. It feels like these two have been there for quite some time.
It's an important partnership since Captain Andre Fletcher was dismissed. 20 valuable runs, you may want to say.
Certainly. And at the end of 25, the Windward Islands Volcanoes are 92 for 4. First of all, some comments from Mr. John Ramsing before yours truly is replaced by Ian Wason.
So Rutherford will be given an opportunity to continue. Just 2 extras as well in this inning so far. So just like the Harpy Eagles not giving extras when the Volcanoes were bowling, they gave 3 extras in the Guyana Harpy Eagles innings of 190 all out. So replying to 190 all out, the Volcanoes are now 92 for 4. Rutherford continues as Ian settles into his seat. This one is played with a lot of bottom hand, no timing at all from Greaves. We've seen the fall of Johnson Charles caught at a wicket off Shepherd for 2. Alec Attorney is caught by Bramble as well off Pestano for 4. Ambris bowled Rutherford 43. Andre Fletcher bowled by Motif with no score. All back in the crease in the dressing room. Hodge holding it together nicely. He's on 24. This is the 26th over of the innings. This one is too easy. Rutherford needs to come off of that leg stump line. Hodge will not mind at all. He adds to his total. As we say, good evening to Ian for the very first time.
Yes, good evening, good evening. It's nice to be here at the Brian Lara Academy watching some good, lovely cricket. And of course, it's a very good game and a very tense game here between the Windward Islands Volcanoes and the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Spot on target. The pitch has been a very good one so far. Good carry, good bounce. Assistance for the spinners. Not as much, but still something there. The batters not utilizing this track. Very hard track here at Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Got a little bit of a sprinkle today when the ground staff were caught just before play started. Quick single, chance for another down strikers, and he misses Pramal. Greaves is very quick and he got in there very quickly to complete that single. So partnership extending with every single. Now goes up to 22. Very important runs. 3 runs off the 26th over so far.
And it's very important that these two batsmen stay as long as they can, because to come, we have Preston McSween, Tevin Walcott and these guys as the ball is played on the onside. So there's not a lot of batting to come in terms of the Windward Islands Volcanoes. So once the Guyana Harpy Eagles could just get one more wicket now to break this partnership, they should be very happy.
Coming towards the end of his 5th over now, Rutherford. Bold, nice inward movement after pitching. That's the end of 5 for Rutherford. 1 for 16 for the all-rounder. 95 for 4, 26 gone.
It's good to see Rutherford doing a lot of bowling lately. He has made his name with the bat as a batsman, but it's good that we remember that he's an all-rounder and he can perform with both bat and ball. And especially in this tournament, he's doing a lot more bowling, and it's always good to see. This game, because of the no result earlier at the Queen's Park Oval, would bring more interest in this game, where the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force just failed in getting that point. They were ahead they were ahead of the targeted score, but the overs did not reach 20 overs to be constituted as a match. And the ball is played back towards Veresami Purmall. And it's a very good bowling attack here from the Guyana Harpy Eagles. We have about 3 players with West Indies experience. In the air. And it's there. A wicket for Veresami Purmall as he comes in. Greaves just holding out to the man at long off. And it's 95 for 5. Guyana Harpy Eagles get that wicket that they wanted.
Yeah, there's Purmall coming round the wicket and trying to get the ball with the angle into the right-handed Greaves. Greaves saw that ball, eyes lit up, hit it in the air looking for a boundary, but found the safe hands of Romario Shepherd running in some 20 yards from the boundary. So it was a miss hit from Greaves. Did not get the type of connection he was looking for, and he's gone for 19 yet again. As a partnership was developing, a wicket falls. 95 now for 5 in the 27th.
And in the context of the game, that's a very poor shot, because you're looking at a target of 191. Not a very huge target. It's a target where you can get playing sensible, hitting the ones and twos. But a big shot like that, in the context of the game, 4 wickets down for 95 runs, that shot certainly was not needed at that point in time. And it shows that the players, the modern day players, need to bat with a lot more brain. Think about the situation, assess the play. Ones and twos from here could have done it. You need to pace your innings. I remember Shea Hope saying just a couple of days ago in the loss against in Jamaica, he said something very important. He said, we have a lot more time than we think we have. And this is an example of that.
Yeah.
Enough time to make the runs.
Many persons have been saying as well that because of the players' accustomed to playing T10 cricket, the 60, and of course T20s, they think that they have to go hard very early or go hard all the time.
Exactly.
So the new batsman is Tevin Walcott. Whether the batters crossed or not, new batter will be on strike. So crossing does not mean anything these days. The new rule that came into effect on the 1st of October.
And as you mentioned that about the T20 and the T20 cricket, I'll just talk about that after this delivery from Purmall. Getting some purchase off the pitch. So, because of the batting, we have a tendency to fall in love with the big hitters and the sluggers.
Yeah.
And we tend to look at, with less appreciation, the players who can knock the ones and twos and find the spaces. Couldn't get past the extra cover there. And when we look at the loss at the World Cup between the West Indies and when we lost to Scotland, Scotland scored 160 runs with only 1 6. So they went at 8 runs per over with just 1 6.
Steady over coming to an end. Successful one for Purmall. 95 for 5 after 27.
Still 23 overs to go to get just under 100 runs. So it's not a time to press the panic button. So, and that is why I'm saying that Greaves' shot was totally not needed at this time. A poor shot when you look at the grand scheme of things in this match.
He was well set, Justin Greaves. Gone for 19 from 26 deliveries. Now more pressure added to Kavim Hodge. He's well set. Nothing seems to be moving him at the moment. But he'll want to look up at the scoreboard and see that 5 wickets are down. It means that the lower order will be coming out. Tevin Walcott is very capable with the bat. He's also from Barbados, but with a franchise system, playing for the Volcanoes. Played a number of matches in his early career for Barbados.
You must be impressed with the way that Leon Johnson is handling this team.
Rutherford starts a new over with a wide. Christopher Taylor, the umpire from Jamaica, confirms. It's Taylor and Blades, the umpires tonight. Chris Taylor of Jamaica, Jonathan Blades of Barbados. Yeah, that game at the Oval had ended in a no result. Overcompensating this time, pushes it wide of the off stump. That game makes this one here very much an interesting contest, even more than it was because of points.
Yes.
Because the 3 teams were locked on 8 points each, with just net run rate having the Red Force slightly ahead of the Volcanoes, who were slightly ahead of the Harpy Eagles.
It's all to play for in this coming week, as the ball is just played on the onside for 1. So the Volcanoes just moving along slowly but surely.
Yeah, that leg by. CCC must be taken into consideration as well. The last game they played here at the Brian Lara Stadium, they seem to have gotten accustomed to each other, having been around a little bit longer. Got more runs, they batted longer. Today we saw them get into 200 again, second consecutive time, against quality attacks. So it means that CCC cannot be taken lightly in the second half of this preliminary stage.
Certainly
they can
not.
produce a surprise or two and throw something else into the mix in this Zone A.
Because we saw the West Indies Academy did it in the other group where they surprised and beaten Jamaica.
Yeah. Defended once 182 nicely.
It's good to see the younger players coming through the West Indies Academy. You could have
Whoever
seen
wins this contest here now will go above Red Force and will open up a gap between the team that will lose tonight and, of course, CCC.
Yes. So it's have done well and open up the group.
2 teams will be needed to go to Antigua for those semi-finals next week, Wednesday and Thursday. Saturday will be the final. The last 3 matches being played at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Ground. Pretty much similar to the setting here at the Brian Lara.
Yes, and at the start of the tournament, when you're looking at the groups, you would have said that it's a given that it would be the Red Force and the Harpy Eagles, but things
How's
have
that?
changed.
Big
A
appeal.
loud appeal. And you see Hetmyer is begging, he's on the ground for that. but the umpire is unmoved.
Trapped on his crease there.
Let's look at the replay.
Devin Walcott.
Hearing a voice saying, "Call the third umpire."
Perhaps just hitting him outside the line of the off stump as the ball went through. He did make an exaggerated movement across his off stump, Walcott.
Yes. So it did look like as if the impact was out. Well, when taking another look at it, you could have thought that it could have even been caught behind, but very good delivery nonetheless from Shufin Rutherford.
Good feeling. Nicely knocked down by Gurukesh Moti. Defending a small total, you want to have your fielders supporting.
Gurukesh Moti is a player who has grown exponentially in his cricket. You've seen him making his debut for the West Indies, doing well in all facets of the game, bat, ball, and in the fielding.
Full delivery. Looking for a run at the non-strikers end. If he hit, would have been in trouble. Hetmyer once again cannot hit the woodwork. We saw Hetmyer having a hard time hitting the stumps. Leon Johnson himself, who usually in close, not being able to hit the stumps directly. Anxious moments now for the Volcanoes as they approach the 100 mark. Target is 191. Well bowled, well played as well. Looking for two. Well, we get it quite easily to bring up the 100 for the Windwards Volcanoes. As the end of 28 overs, 100 for 5.
Just 91 runs again for the Windward Islands Volcanoes in just about 22 overs. So it's not an issue in terms of the run rate. So Hodge and Walcott would want to stay as long as possible, maybe for the next 10 overs, and just go about their business slowly but surely. They will want to stick together up to the at least and be there after 40 overs. So they would want to try and not get too careless and complacent and not lose any more wickets. It will be good if they can stay there, because any other wicket would fall now would open up the lower order.
After 28 overs, the Guyana Harpy Eagles are 140 for 5, as you're seeing on the graphic. So the Volcanoes are 40 runs behind, similar number of wickets at the same stage.
And enters Gurukesh Moti back into the attack.
So the left-arm spinners are operating one at a time from the southern end of the ground. Rutherford, you see him operating from the top end. Single too easy this time.
Moti, who has really improved in the last couple of years, his cricket. He made his international debut with the West Indies. Disappointing, he's not on the trip to Australia after the one test he would have played earlier this year.
Yeah, did not do too bad, did not do enough to get dropped, but was left out of the second test against Bangladesh. And now, not going to Australia.
And it's unfortunate for him, because I can remember that test that was played, it was a fast bowler's paradise, so you didn't really get a chance to really to show what he can do. But it's always good to know that he's always in the minds of the selectors, because we have a lot of cricket to play still. We have to go to South Africa to play a couple test matches there. Ball played just safely. That's Pestano.
Ian, do you remember the days when cricket used to be a season? When you know, mid part of the year, early part of the year, cricket is going to be played in the Caribbean. Middle of the year is going to be in England.
Yes.
Latter part of the year, New Zealand and Australia.
Those were the days.
Now cricket is being played every day all around the world. 29 overs gone. 102 for 5.
And now it was very rare and hardly ever seen when West Indies would be hosting a series in July. Now it's commonplace for that to be happening, and a big reason for that is because the IPL is in April, and that will be in our window. So we have lost that month and a half. So we now have to play our cricket in June and July, extending our cricket season in the Caribbean.
IPL, but 2 more franchise coming on board now will become even longer. That's more time being taken out of the cricketing calendar.
Yes, it is.
Bowling change from the northern end. Romario Shepherd is being called back. 5 overs before this, 1 for 13 with the new ball.
He has been having a very good tournament with both bat and ball, Romario Shepherd. Another one of the players who did not get to the Australia World Cup for the West Indies, and it could have been disappointing for him because he has been doing well, just not at the death.
So here he is. Bang on target, first ball. We mentioned teams going too hard, trying to score too fast in limited overs cricket. Guyana Harpy Eagles today, after a wonderful start, 93 without loss, to 190 all out, did not bat their full quota of 50 overs, and that is considered a cardinal sin in limited overs cricket.
Very. Because even as we saw the graphic, they were about 40 runs ahead. Because of the time, Windwards are still in a very good position. Mario Shepherd continues his very good tournament. Always think that once the captains use Romario Shepherd properly, he will be a very good player for the West Indies.
Yeah, that word properly being the main word in that sentence, because what is properly can be relative. In the recent CPL, he was struggling as a death in the very first part of the tournament, and they decided to use him early and in middle phase, not at the death, and he was a much different bowler.
Yes.
So I guess that's what you're speaking of, properly.
And of course, he's very handy with the bat as well. In fact, he is more dependable than some of the frontline batsmen.
Got a quick fire 74 a few nights ago right here to really take the game away from the Red Force. He's bowling on this 4th and 5th stump line just outside the off stump, what is called the corridor of uncertainty. But Hodge very watchful. Hodge is the key man. He holds the key to this game. If he's there to the end, Harpy Eagles will be in some trouble.
Yes, and I like how he's playing in the context of the game. 28 runs from 76 deliveries, and still in a very good position.
Chance for run out. Good feeling from Sinclair, and he as well cannot hit the woodwork. I saw the assistant coach Garvin Ned working hard with these players, trying to get them to hit at one stump, to aim and hit at one stump, and they are struggling to do so even in the practice. But they're trying. I can tell you that they're trying.
And it's good that the batsman at the time was Hodge, putting the fielder under pressure, trotting for that single.
Big appeal for leg before. Umpire Taylor once again saying not out.
That looked rather close. And I'm sure we'll see how close it was when we look at the replay coming up here. If it was going down leg side, not by much. Very close. Very close. Confident appeal.
Just 1 run from the over. 30 gone, 103 for a loss of 5.
Very good over from Shepherd. Just the one run coming from that over. And the appeal. So we welcome Gordon Pierre. Good afternoon. Good evening, Gordon.
Yeah, good evening, Ian Weaston here. A very interesting scorecard there. Still Ambris, the top run getter, getting 43 or 55. And Hodge, he's been in good form for this tournament. He's been the second highest run getter for the Windward Island Volcanoes, as well as the second highest run getter in the tournament thus far. He's already gotten a century to his name. And here, a very patient innings, 29 from 77 balls, really setting the pace here for the Windward Islands team.
But it's very important, Gordon, and I've mentioned it earlier, that this partnership is very crucial. Any wicket could open the tail and the lower order.
Well, you see Moti there, he's just giving that one a bit of air. And Hodge just pushing down the ground. This game very important, as well as the other game in the group was a no result, with both teams going away with a point that opens the group up even more.
Yes.
The defending champions, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they'll be under some pressure.
The Windward Islands could sneak in at a semi-final spot in Antigua.
Oh, it's a caught and bowl, a simple catch there. Hodge really gifting his wicket away. Or was it Walcott? Yeah. So it's Walcott there, just gifting his wicket away. We have a look at the replay. Yes, it was Walcott. A nothing shot really there from Walcott. The simple return catch taken by Mute, and on his way is Walcott. So the Windward Island Volcano 104 for 6.
And that could be the wicket to change the match, because Walcott almost looked like he was actually Muti Kanai's coach, giving him some batting practice there.
Yeah, he just it was a very tame dismissal. You know, his team would have wanted him to stick around for a bit longer, but coming out about Larry Edwards, he walks to the wicket with the match really at a balance, slight edge to the Happy Eagles.
Yes, because you have opened up the number 8 batsman now, so you're down to the lower order, although Larry Edwards would want to consider himself a handy batsman.
Well, last time we saw the Windward Islands Volcano, they seem to have a pretty long batting lineup. So they'll be hoping that they can definitely stay in this one. They're chasing 191 to win. So just about 87 runs left. So they'll be looking to get 87 runs from 117 balls. So balls, the run rate, not a problem. It's all about wickets and runs here.
So Hodge would want to take some of the responsibility. He has been there. He has been there for 79 deliveries. He should be seeing the ball big like a beach ball at this stage, and he should be the one to actually take the lead from here on.
Well, we know some batsmen are able to farm the strike. Brian Lara, he was one who could do it quite well, batting with the lower order. Not all batsmen have that ability, but definitely we'll see Edwards here, Larry Edwards, as he takes his guard and gets ready to face Muti here. It's going to be an interesting battle.
Guyana could get this one. It will be a good send-off for Stagenarang Chandapol, who is on, and it's allowed a pin,
and he's gone. The dreaded finger goes up. He's gone for a duck here.
So now the Windward Islands in some deep trouble.
A golden duck for Larry Edwards. That one keeping a bit low. Just playing on the back foot. He was in between playing forward and playing backward. In the end, he was caught on the popping crease. The umpire with no choice but to send him on his way. So Larry Edwards go. The Windward Island Volcanoes, they slip to 104 for 7.
And of course, Guyana Harpy Eagles on the driver's seat now, and Tejan Ryan Chanderpaul will be getting a proper send-off as he goes to, he's getting ready to head to Australia for the 2-test series down under. So he should be leaving with the Trinidad contingent tomorrow, and so they will meet up with the other players who will be heading off to down under to meet the West Indies players who are already there with the coach.
Well, you're already beginning to start the celebration party for Guyana here. I'm not quite so sure just yet. Ryan John, he walks to the wicket. He'll have something to say about that. And of course, Hodge, he's there the set batsman, and looking to bat through to really push things on. Remember, this is a very important game for both teams. And the hat-trick ball here, Mutikanai, he's going to deliver this one. He's already taken 2 in this over. Very open stance there by John. You'll be
Have
calling.
to avoid the hat trick.
Just short wide outside your stump. Able to leave it alone there, Ryan John.
And you see the purchase he's getting off the pitch. The pitch is doing a lot to help the bowlers, the spinners.
But he got some bounce there. The one that got Edwards kept a trifle low.
Very good over so far. 5 deliveries, 2 wickets, 1 run and 2 dot balls.
He just pulled away at the very last moment there. It'll be interesting to see that one over. Ryan John just pulling away at the very last second. We see Hetmyer. So there's 2 slips. Some pressure being applied.
A very good move from Leon Johnson.
Just driving it up the offside, the one side of the pitch there. And getting off the mark, Ryan John.
At the end of a very good over where Muti Kanai picked up 2 wickets for 2 runs in that over.
Very impressive figures there by the spinner, taking 3 for 27 off 8. He's really set the tone for this defense here by the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Of course, they will be the Guyana Harpy Eagles at the end of this game.
Yes, we see in your screen there just Hetmyer. He's polishing the ball. He's been quite chirpy, supporting his bowlers and players. We see Shepherd. He's the man who's going to continue the attack here for the Harpy Eagles. Romario Shepherd. Good figures thus far. 6 overs, 14 runs, 1 wicket. Just short of a length, just left alone outside the off stump there. Just looking for that good length there, Romario Shepherd. And just left alone by Ryan John. So a lot of nerves out there. You see walking around Johnson, the skipper, just ensuring that he gets his field placing correct. It's a 5-4 field. So he'll be looking to pitch that just outside your stump. Oh, it's a close one here. A loud appeal. And the dreaded finger goes up. So another one falls here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Ryan John goes.
An excellent delivery from Romario Shepherd, and that is how you bowl to the lower order bowlers, straight and full. And you see, he went on the back foot. The batsman gone on the back foot and an excellent delivery from Romario Shepherd. And I was saying earlier, has been bowling superb and is having a superb tournament.
Yes, definitely. He's been doing well with both the bat and ball. Here he's coming good for his team, the Guyanese Happy Eagle. And there we see Ryan John taking that lonely walk off. He's gone LBW to Shepherd for 1 from 4 balls. So is the fat lady beginning to sing here for the Happy Eagles?
And I want let's go back to the over that was bowled by Gudakish Moti. We saw, well, let's look at the scorecard here a bit. Now, we saw where that last single was taken at the end of the over. And you would think that, okay, Hodge is a set batsman who's on 7th, well, on 80 deliveries. And you would think that. So we'll continue this discussion, but we'll go to a quick break and then we'll come back.
Yeah, welcome back to the action here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We have the Windward Volcanoes. They are on 105 for 8 of 31.2 overs. Romario Shepherd, he just got the wicket there of John as he continues, and it's pushed downfield. A bit of a misfield, and he's going to jog through for 2 here. Max Sweeney.
That was Hetmyer just diving over the ball. So as I was mentioning just before the break, Gordon, that the over before that was bowled by Gudakish Moti. The batsman rushed to get that single, and that kept Hodge off strike, exposing the lower order batsman John, and of course he was dismissed by Shepherd. So you would thought that Hodge, because he's set on 79 deliveries, should have been facing. Gets 4 here, McSween. So I'm sure McSween must be trying to prove me wrong, because he is considering himself handy with a bat.
Yeah, well, he's coming out here and he's showing that he can play his shots. Not afraid. A ball pitched up to Romario Shepherd, and just out of the reaches of that's Johnson, who's there at mid-off, and it's down to the boundary for 4. So just 80 runs needed now of 110 balls. Shepherd there over pitching, and it's flicked it off the legs. A long run around. Will he get it? No, it's into the boundary fence for 4. So Maxine has come out here and has showing the great intent. That one, an over pitch delivery on the legs and flicked off the legs by the number 10 batsman.
McSween, you could see that was an attempted Yorker, but he overpitched it, as you mentioned, and changed it into a very low full toss.
So McSween just adding some mud to Shepherd's record, his bowling figures. So he's turning at the top of his run. Seems to have some movement behind the bowler's arm there. As you see, Shepherd bounding in. Ball outside the off stump. Just fishing at it there, McSween, not getting a nick. It goes through to the keeper. So at the end of 32 overs, we have the Windward Island Volcano. They are 115 for 8, chasing 191 to win this one in the CG 50 over the CG United 50 overs competition.
And you've seen what McSween had done to Shepherd. Shepherd got the wicket that was pitched up. Then he bowled over pitch, got hit for 2 fours, and he changed his style now. He bowled one short outside the off stump. So it shows how the batsman can get into the bowler's minds as well.
Well, it's Hodge. He's going to be up against Muti. And he's just driving it back. So Hodge is set. Can he get his team over the line? He'll have to find 76 more runs. And just pulling it back. So you're seeing Hodge, he's quite willing to just play each ball on its merit.
Bat and pad close together, getting to the pitch of the ball, and this is what you want to see when batsmen are facing the spinners.
Textbook style there. Short, backs away, and he tries to get it through the covers. Good fielding there by Hetmyer.
Hetmyer in now his trademark hairstyle and colours.
And again, just finding Hetmyer there in a bit of a shortish cover. Not really a catching position, more saving one than anything else. So as we come to the end, and there he cuts it away, a beautiful shot. It's going to run into the boundary fence there. Hodge backing away, giving himself room. The ball was short and wide. It asked to be hit, and it was expertly dispatched to the boundary fence for 4.
Very good shot. Looking at the replay, given some room.
And he just placed it between the 2 fielders behind square there. Gets himself 4 runs.
So he moves on to 34 from 85 deliveries, still 72 runs needed in 102 balls. But the concerning factor is they are 8 wickets down.
Well, McSween have shown that he's pretty comfortable against the faster bowlers. So as we see, Romario Shepherd about to continue from the northern end. He's going to come up against Sween. Sween has rushed to 10 or 4 balls. And just played on. They run for a quick single. Deciding against Shine. So it's Hodge who's going to be on strike.
Some very good batting from McSween. Gets off the mark with the very first delivery, so he leaves the more set Hodge to face the remaining 5 deliveries.
Well, Hodge, he came in at 1 down. So he came in as number 3, and he's been looking to bat through the innings. The one pitched up, just pushes out.
You would think that Guyana, the captain Leon Johnson, is just being patient. He knows just 2 wickets again needed. 2 wickets again needed. So don't get to press the panic button just yet.
No, I think the balls are not a non-factor. He's just pitched up and well played there, getting on the front foot, playing it down. Hodge really looking to be around. He will want to be the glue that keeps this Windward Islands Volcanoes innings together.
Hodge is batting what he needs in the wider context of the game.
Shepherd. And he just gets forward. Looking good here, Romario Shepherd.
Now, Hodge needs to be careful. You don't want to bat too slow. Now, you have 71 runs from 98 deliveries. You don't want a situation where you have the balls and the runs are close together and you would need to accelerate because you only have 2 wickets in hand. So he needs to find that balance.
I think right now he's pretty comfortable. It's not about runs and balls at all. The run rate, a non-issue at this point. I think as long as he bats the 98 balls, he's going to get that 71 runs. The problem is having partners and him staying in the wicket. He's shown that he's set. Just one more ball from this Romario Shepherd over as we approach the end of the 34th over. Romario Shepherd will want to finish this one and keep Hodge at the non-strikers end. He'll want to expose Sween to Muti. And that's flicked down, just getting it behind square, and he's able to farm the strike. So intelligent batting there by Hodge.
Some very good bowling, very good batting from Hodge, as you mentioned. But you thought that Shepherd, he's still allowed to bowl at least 1 bouncer in a white ball cricket. So to keep Hodge at that end, he should have tried a short ball, a bouncer, as a dot ball to expose McSween.
And here we see the Windward Islands Volcano, their batting lineup. Charles getting just 2. Martinez, he's been in terrific form, but he went early here for 4 balls. Hodge, though, he's still being batting here, carrying the batty for his team. So now Ambris, he got 43 from 55 balls. The skipper Fletcher going for a duck. Greaves, he's made 19. Walcott 2. Edwards 0. John 1. Sween, he's on 11. But he has the challenge to face the impressive Muti.
Now he's exposed to Muti now, but he's handling Muti well.
Well, that's Hodge there. And just getting a single, getting off strike. We speak about Hodge trying to farm that strike, trying to face as much balls against the spinners. We saw that Sween is very capable against the faster bowlers. Of course, when the ball begins to turn, it's a totally different kettle of fish for a number 10 batsman. But we'll see how he's handled. We see the skipper, Johnson, he comes in to slip.
This is
pushing it back to the bowler. Good. So Sween showing that he can bat, that he's no rabbit with a bat here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
And this is Veresami Permol, who has taken over from Gudakish Muti.
Yes, poor malt. Long forward textbook there from Maxwell. So Pumalt in. And their long forward button pad very close together. The coaching manuals being followed to the T here by Preston McSween. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, they are on 122 for 8. There's a beautiful driver showing good technique there, and he just jogs through for 1. Hetmyer comes in from the deep.
So Maxwell is showing to be a very capable lower order batsman, coming in at number 10, but he's showing that proper technique as he's facing Veresami Pumol, another one of the Guyana Harpy Eagles bowlers with a lot of West Indies experience.
Yeah, of course. A very experienced Guyana outfit with lots of players with West Indian experience. Hodge just playing from the crease. Lucky to get his bat down in time.
The ball pitched and straightened and got some purchase off the pitch.
Well, we've come to the end of the 35th over here. The Windward Islands Volcanoes 123 for 8.
It's 123 for 8. Let's look at the bowling. Shepherd has 2 overs. Pestano still has 6 overs up his sleeves. Veresami Pumol 2 overs. Gudakish Muti 1 over. And Shafeen Rutherford just bowled a 6 overs, 1 for 20. So it's a lot of bowling. But when you look at the spinners, Gudakish Muti and Veresami Pumol, just 3 overs between them.
Well, Muti, he has been the pick of the bowlers, taking 3 for 31 with 34 dot balls of 9 overs. So excellent bowling there by Muti. Romario Shepherd, 2 for 26.
So we are looking at a change from the northern end. It looks like Shafeen Rutherford is coming back into the attack.
So it's Shafeen Rutherford. Just going down the leg side there, Shafeen Rutherford.
Signal wide by the umpire. 124 for 8. McSween still there. Better than a runner ball, Gordon.
Yeah, he's coming in. He's looked pretty solid. You know, a handy number 10 batsman. He showed that he's no rabbit.
Ball going down leg side, another wide, and of course another 1 to the total. And Shafeen Rutherford needs to get it. He needs to line it up as soon as possible.
Yeah, you don't. Not much runs to play with, although you're just looking for 2 wickets. But there's 66 runs. One by one, you can find yourself on the wrong end of this run chase. I've been pretty impressed by Preston McSween here. He's come on and he's come to the wicket. He's looked quite competent in defense, and when he's gone for the attacking shot, it's come off thus far. Already 2 fours in his 12 runs of just 10 balls.
He drives.
And straight into the hands of Hetmyer. The commentators curse. Hetmyer celebrates.
And McSween, after going so well, he drove straight to the mid-on bats, to the mid-on fielder, Shimron Hetmyer. Don't know what he was trying, if he was trying to get it over the mid-on fielder, but Shimron Hetmyer is seeing that jumper. What do you call that celebration, that jump, Gordon?
It looks to be not the Harpy Eagles jump. But the Happy Eagles jump, looking to be very happy there. Hetmyer, as he celebrates the dismissal of Preston Maxwin. He goes for 12. Caught Hetmyer, bowler, Rutherford, and striding out to the center. Denver. So what do you think is going to be the tactics for the Windward Islands Volcanoes here trying to get these 66 runs?
Well, Hodge must face the majority, if not all, the deliveries from now, but he has to wait from the non-strikers end, as Denver will be facing. Now, Denver would want to block out the remaining 4 deliveries.
Well, Kenneth Denver. Already we're seeing the fat lady. She's come out on the balcony and beginning to sing here.
She's starting to warm up.
Warming up her vocals. The Happy Eagles team, they'll be quite happy. A very important result for them here. With this win, if it comes to that, they'll go to the head of the group. Remember, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they shared points with the CCC at the Queen's Park Oval earlier today. Kenneth Denver, they're just getting forward, pushing it out.
So Denver, he will just try to survive this over. This will be his first assignment, just to survive this over. He has 3 deliveries to do so, and Rutherford will have to find a way to prize open that wicket. Maybe a short ball will be a good ball for the batsman.
Struck that ball just going down.
Yes, going down leg side, no problems for the umpire to signal to tell him not out. But you can see the ball
as well. As we see the replay there. So it's Rutherford. And just pulling it out. Captain Johnson. The Happy Eagles, very chirpy. They found their voices as they try to complete this victory.
Shooting Rutherford with a smile on his face.
Just pushing it up on the offside. The man at mid-off, Romari Shepherd, he'll just claim that one.
So that's the end of the over. Shufin Rutherford 7 overs, 2 for 22. After comments from Gordon Pierre, it will be Andrew Chan.
Well, after 36 overs, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they are 125 for 9, chasing 191 to win. At this stage, the Happy Eagles were 169 for 6. So a great difference between the two scores. Andrew, 66 runs needed of 84 balls. Hodge at the wicket, he's faced 92 balls for his 36 runs. He's facing the very experienced Pumal.
Yeah, good night, Mr. Pierre. Mr. Goodness, as he is known, as Pumal continues into his 9th over. Hodge playing the lone hand there, and he'll drive this one up to long on for a single, that should be.
Well,
and you're known as Mr. Goodness, but I'll have to call you the Guyanese Babu, because as soon as you started your commentary stint, the reel just went off the Windward Island Volcanoes innings. There was 2 wickets in that Gudakesh Moti over. And John Ramsing is smiling when Gordon Pierre is on commentary.
well, it seemed the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they seem to have lost their way in this tournament. They started off with a bang with 2 victories, and then now they've crashed a loss against the TNT Red Force, and now it seems that they're going to go down to the Happy Eagles.
Yeah, most certainly. As Pumal comes in again, and That is Denver just back to that delivery. And I was making the same point with John Ramsing that it seems that the Harpy Eagles are peaking at the right time. So the Windward Islands Volcanoes started, as they say, hot and sweaty, Gordon Peer. But they boiled down a little bit like Baji under the good work of the Guyanese bowlers, because I would have to say that they really bowled well in tandem as a unit. There was no particular performer that was excellent, other than, Romario Shepherd, Shufin Rutherford, Gudakesh Muti chipping in as well. Veersami Permaul, just one wicket, but he's really coming into his groove. He's been a bit scratchy throughout the tournament, but 8 overs, 1 for 21. Definitely good returns for a champion leg spinner, for a champion left-arm spinner.
Definitely. The Volcanoes, though.
Can it be a tall order here? And Demba is back again to this one, playing it into cover, tangling himself into all sorts of problems. It's the last wicket pair here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. If you're now joining us at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy,
I think it's going to be some kind of a record if they're able to get to this one.
Most definitely Gordon Peer. And this one again, driving at this one, getting a foot out this time, just getting it to point, and there's no run. Excellent over by Permaul, just 1 run off the over. Demba would probably not want to get a run off this last delivery. Make sure Hodge gets much of the strike as possible. And he doesn't. Plays this one back up to the bowler. Very good over there from Veersami Permaul. And at the end of 37, the Windward Islands Volcanoes are 126 for 9 as the Harpy Eagles, their talons are digging a little bit deeper into the Volcano boys.
Yes, definitely. I think the volcano has subsided. They erupted on the scene, starting very strongly in this 50-over contest, the CG United 50-over contest, but they've boiled down a bit throughout this competition. Their batting, in fact, their top order, the top 3 batsmen carried their batting early on. Hodge, he's still there at the wicket, but Jonathan Charles as well as Martinez has been unable to come to the party in the last 2 innings, and you're seeing the Harpy Eagles unable to really chase down totals that are very manageable.
And most definitely Harpy Eagles strangling the Volcanoes in the middle order as Shufin Rutherford continues. A pleasant drive by Hodge up to mid-off, and he'll get the single immediately. A shy at the keeper's end. I don't see why that was necessary from Romario Shepherd, I believe that is.
And you know, it's so strange with Hodge. On the very first delivery, Hodge is just taking a single and allowing the tail ender, the number 11 batsman, to face 5 balls.
Required run rate creeping up to just about 5 runs and over. It's the first time the Windward Islands have let it go this high. It was hovering at about 3 or 4 at the beginning of the innings. Didn't get too high up, but now it's creeping up to that 5 and over mark, 4.99. Rounding off there is director Ronnie Bikram Das. Delivery down the leg side. Good take. Good save by the end by Bramble. We'll wait for the signal from the umpire. May have clipped something on the way through.
Yeah.
No run either.
So it clipped something on the way through, so no wider signal. Rutherford, his radar has been on and off, really. But when he's been able to line it up, he's been able to get wickets. He has excellent figures, 7.2 overs for just 23 runs and 2 wickets.
Good drive back to the bowler. Rutherford does his own fielding. Yeah, Shufin Rutherford, as I was telling Vinod, he's a little bit above military medium, that shoulder action, just giving him that little bit of extra zip in the pitch. But of course, if he misses his line and he misses his length, any good batter will cash in on that. Of course, he's bowling to number 11 at the moment in Kenneth Demba.
And he just runs it down to third man. Looks quite competent there. Just getting on the back foot and just opening the face. Runs it down to third man, and he gets off strike. The safest place to be for him. Hodge, he's on 38 from 94 balls.
Demba also gets off the mark as well with that single, having soaked up 2 overs. Let's see if Hodge can get a single here. He dug out quite nicely. A very good Yorker from Shufin Rutherford. We've seen that he sent down those Yorkers, and with that slightly above medium pace, he is getting that swing. He'll get that tail in a little bit, that movement in the night air.
Yeah,
Gordon Peer.
A very slingy action. and using the conditions here to his favor.
Last ball of the 38th over coming up here. It's a wide delivery outside the line of the off stump, and it is signaled as wide by the umpire. So Hodge will get a chance to pinch a single and take the strike. I've been very impressed with Kavem Hodge because, of course, he started well with Alec Athanaze, but while Athanaze has sort of gone off the boil a little bit, Hodge has continued to fight for the Windward Islands, and here's the last delivery of the over. And he's flashing at that one. It's a caught behind. It's an appeal for caught behind. And that's the end of the innings. Kavem Hodge goes flashing at a wide one. Shavin Rutherford takes his third. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles have wrapped up this game with the Windward Islands Volcanoes bowled out for 29. And they will lose by, if my math is correct, 61 runs. Thank you very much, John Ramsing, out to the corner of my eye. I'm not very good at math, but certainly John Ramsing on the ball there. A big victory here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 61 runs with 12 overs to spare. And John Ramsing will come to give us his final words, and he'll be hopping, skipping, dancing. Certainly breaking out maybe some of that Guyanese rum to celebrate this victory.
Career best bowling spell from Sherfin Rutherford, giving the Guyana Harpy Eagles their third victory in this year's tournament, the third on the trot, and getting them closer to semi-finals. And also giving Tejan Chandapal a fitting send-off. He's going to be leaving the squad now, going to join his test teammates as they get to Australia. But what a wait for the Guyana Harpy Eagles to come back and to claim victory after they were restricted to 190. I did not think that they would defend that initially, and I made the point very early that the only way they can do so is by picking up wickets very early. And if they did that, they're going to get back into the contest. Athanaze, Johnson, Charles, Hodge, Fletcher were the big four, and they managed to pick up 3 of those very early. And then in the end, Hodge holding it together, last man dismissed, and in the end, it was a very good victory. 61 runs, big victory in the end. Well played to the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Certainly, they are hitting momentum at the right time in the CG United Super 50 tournament put on by the West Indies Cricket Board. Guyana again starting very slowly in the tournament, and then with that win under the lights here against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy a couple of days ago, it seemed to just catapult the Guyana Harpy Eagles into that momentum. And as it was 190 insurmountable as it seems in this tournament, and but you have to give credit to the Guyanese bowlers in that middle order. First of all, it started with Romario Shepherd and Clinton Pestano up front doing the good work with the pace, and then Virasamy Permaul, Gudakesh Moti Kanai, Sherfin Rutherford coming in the middle overs, and we didn't even see Kevin Sinclair, surprisingly enough. He wasn't even required.
Yeah, he was on and off the field for a little bit as well, and look at that batting card. Only Hodge holding it together with 48. Nice partnership with Ambris, but nothing else really from the rest of the batters. Justin Greaves tried with 19. Patrick McSwain, who we know is developing as a batter at number 10, gave it his best. 129 was not going to be enough for the Volcanoes, and in the end, falling to a 61-run defeat. 7 extras in that total. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles bowlers as well, very much mindful in defending a small total, cannot give away extras, and they receive a bowling card.
With the bowling card, Romario Shepherd starting quite well at the beginning. 8 overs, 2 for 26, coming back to take a late wicket. Clinton Pestano doing quite well, maybe slightly expensive. 4 overs, 1 for 23. Virasamy Permaul, 9 overs, 1 for 21. That's what you expect from your champion spinner. Gudakesh Moti Kanai, 9 overs, 3 for 31. And Sherfin Rutherford, the wild card, 8 overs, 3 for 25. Excellent bowling performances here, and you can see that they were never able to build any partnerships here after the loss of the first 2 wickets. It was Sunil Ambris and Kavem Hodge who put on a quite good partnership there, I think about 66 runs, and if they had stayed, certainly the tone had changed. But at the end of it all, Guyana Harpy Eagles wrap up victory by 61 runs here. Some final words from Mr. John Ramsing.
Career best figures for Sherfin Rutherford, also his first wicket for this tournament. Did not get a wicket previously, and in his previous matches at the list A level, 23 matches before, just 5 wickets under his belt, tonight, picking up 3. Certainly what the doctor ordered. Came at the right time, supporting Romario Shepard and Clinton Pestano. Like you mentioned, there was no Kevin Sinclair, so they really had to step up tonight without Sinclair, and they've done so very well. So, big victory in the end for the Harpy Eagles. The Volcanoes slipping to their second consecutive defeat. It means they have to go back and do some work. It's a quick turnover. The Guyana Harpy Eagles will play against the Red Force 2 days' time at the Queen's Park Oval. CCC will come against the Volcanoes. That would be a good contest as well. CCC Peking.
But certainly the Harpy Eagles are flying high, and on behalf of the 360 TV team, on behalf of West Indies Cricket, we thank you very much for joining us here for this edition of the Strange and Beautiful Game. On behalf of our technical team, Ronnie Bikram Das, cameraman Kevin Maharaj and Matthew Rajaram, and of course the commentary team of Mr. John Ramsing, Mr. Vinud Mamchan, Mr. Ian Wason, Mr. Gordon Pear, and myself, yours truly, Andrew Chan. This is 360 TV signing off from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.